Good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's doing all right. Uh, Welcome. It's Wednesday all day long here, and it is May 20th. Wow, May 20th. I have to make note to do so. Uh, Little impromptu stream. Just woke up and I thought, why not? Got plenty to talk about. And yeah, so let me see something here. We got. It looks like everything's all set up. We're ready to go. I was a little bit late waking up, getting everything going, but here we are, and I hope everybody's okay. I hope the stream is working okay. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, but uh, it's Wednesday all day long, and it looks like everything's going good here. So, uh, what's happening? Anybody out there, or am I just alone? Alone again. There is a reason why I'm streaming today, and it's basically because I did a little bit checking on travel and what it entails, what is possible, what's not possible, and let me see something else here. I'm trying to find out what the deal is with the international regulations now to see if there's an update. Uh, I don't see it right now, but doesn't look like there's an update. Anyway, here in Thailand, I started looking around yesterday. I just thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a look around and see where could I go? What can I do? What's happening in these various places? And I was a little bit surprised because the hotels they're not opening up, uh, and it's difficult to get into other countries, although I'm seeing here that Myanmar extends its suspension of all international flights until May 31st. So hopefully after that, maybe it'll open up. I don't know if it will or not. Um, and But I had Nicholas do some searching around for me, and I didn't particularly like what I found because he checked and I checked on several places, and there's not much good news if you're traveling around in Thailand. Now I know that some of the buses and some of the flights are opening up domestically. You can get around. Prices are not bad, really, domestically. But I checked three places. I checked Koh Tao, Koh Chang, and Koh Samet. The resort in Koh Samet is closed down. The resort in Koh Chang is closed down. And the resort in Koh Tao opens June 1st. Um, and then I checked in Koh Chang where, not the Koh Chang to the east, but the Koh Chang to the south. I checked. And every single place told me that they were not open. One place said they're not sure if they're going to open up. Another place said they'll be opening up, but they're not sure when. And then another place said we're not opening until October 1st. So now, obviously, there's a lot of other places to travel to, but that gives you an idea of what is involved. I mean, the people. Let me see here if I can get the message here from this place. That's the first place. Due to the government lockdown policy, Trot Province and Chang Island are closed until the end of May and not allowing the traveler from outside to come into the area. And the national parks are all shut down still. So while the country seems like it's opening up, It's not really. It's not completely opened up, and that brought me to another subject because I see all this fighting and this debate on whether the country should open up in the United States. They're debating, well, should we open? Shouldn't we open? And it's basically people are split. Here in Thailand, people are just going about their business. Some people are worried because they got to make a living. But generally, things are pretty peaceful here, and everybody's wearing masks, and there's no issue. Now, today, right now, it's 90 degrees, and it is, what is it here? We got 20% chance of rain, 68% humidity, winds south-southeast 2 miles an hour. Feels like 102 already. It's only 20 after 8, and it feels like 102. Visibility is 6 miles. UV index is 2. And the air quality is it's only moderate today. It's 53. It's been quite good lately, but I think that as things pick up, obviously the air quality is going to get a little bit worse with all the cars out there. But, I just woke up and I just thought to myself, listen, what the hell are we going to do, man? We are just stuck. As human beings, we are stuck. Because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. That's the bottom line. It's about trusting in your decision and just saying, well, hey, we might all die. And you may have seen that in China, there's a chance that up to 1 million people are going to be locked down with the second wave of this CCP virus, as I like to call it. Wow. Now I just look at this. Planned Parenthood affiliates got huge amount of stimulus funds, and feds want it back. But let me see if I can find what I was talking about here. Let's see. And, of course, CNN is making a huge deal over Trump taking hydrochloroquine, which is like, okay, I understand, some people look to the president for leadership and guidance, but I'm not going to take the drugs he takes just because he's taking them. That's just stupid. And let's see if I can find this. Where is it here? It was on the front page, and this is what gets me. It was on the front page, and then all of a sudden it was down at the bottom. So that leads me to believe that maybe this is still breaking. But we'll see here. Let me see. Let me take a look. Yeah, this is true. More than 100 million people in China face new lockdown as second wave of the virus hits. And this is not a good thing. Nearly 108 million people could be forced back into lockdown after a growing group of new cases. Whew. The abrupt reversal in China's northeast region has once again cut off public transportation, closed schools, and led to another round of quarantine. Now, yesterday, you may or may not remember, if you were here, you might remember, the one and only Fidelity Quester came on and he said, something that would be wise to do, to paraphrase, would be to make sure you sock away every bit of money that you have and stay prepared because you never know what's going to happen with this. And that's kind of how I feel. I'm torn because there's part of me that just goes, hey, listen, if you're going to catch it, you're going to catch it. And if you're vulnerable, then, you may very well die from it. But if you stay home, maybe you'll have a chance. But eventually, you're going to go back out again. Most people are going to go back out again. And if they're older and more vulnerable, they may end up getting this disease and then passing away from it. I hope that's not the case, but that's what it seems like. And so I'm torn because there's part of me that's like, well, you definitely shouldn't be traveling international at this point unless you absolutely have to. Um, so no international flights from Australia unless absolutely necessary. He's not really taking it. He's just trying to promote it. 11 million to be tested in Wuhan in a week. Yeah, right. Well, I've said it, and I don't mean to drone on about this, but you cannot believe a word that the Chinese government says. And I saw this guy yesterday. His name was, what the hell was his name? Haifong, something Haifong. What is his name? Let me see if I can find it real quick because my memory is shot. Danny Haifong, okay? And he kept talking about how China is misunderstood and that people are bashing China and they feel threatened and this is why they're acting the way they are and all these other things. And, he was on the Jimmy Dore show. And Jimmy Dore was like kind of making fun of him because it's like, listen, you're saying these things, but you forget that, and this is something that the president said. Why did China let everybody go out of their country but not travel throughout China? Why did they do that? So there's one of two things, or a couple of things, I guess, that could have happened. The Chinese are completely inept, which in some cases I believe that is true. I don't know about with this virus. It is they understood that this may happen, and they decided to just use it and weaponize it to destabilize the global economy. That may have been the case because they don't care about their people. If a million or 2 million of their people die, it's all for the cause. It's all for their government, for the nation. And the other thing is that they weren't thinking, and well, this is inept. I mean, that would all be that it is. So there's only one of two things: they did it on purpose or they didn't. And I personally think that they did it, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They're not that inept, uh, and they don't care about if a bunch of people that they don't know and they don't care about and that they're trying to take down if they die. And what was funny is that you can see the change in President Trump. You can see the change in him when he starts talking about China now. A month or two ago, he was happy. Hey, we got the trade agreement going on. Great. 30% of the time they work every time. Huh? Yeah. I think you're lucky to get 30%. What was it? Oh, okay. Listen, yesterday I was, I've got one of those, what do they call them? The paper shredders. My wife bought it a while ago. We don't use it all that much, but I have some papers. And I thought instead of going out and burning them, instead of, ripping them up by hand, I'll put them through the paper shredder. I'll give Nicholas something to do. He was working for me yesterday. I had him do a bunch of things online and offline. But so I said, hey, shred all these papers up. It says you can run 8 papers through at a time. We didn't run more than 2 papers, and they're not that thick. They're thin. We didn't run more than 2 through at a time. And after about 10 minutes of grinding these papers up, shredding these papers, the thing said overheat. There's actually a light that says overheat, which I don't remember on the other one that I had before. So we waited and waited and waited, and about 15 minutes later, it started working again. So we start grinding them up again, shredding them up. Another 10, 15 minutes, not even 15 minutes. 10 minutes. And the thing overheats again. I'm like, son of a... I take the top part, which has the motor in it, and I wanted to smell it to see if it was burnt out or something, and it was a little warm. But I'm like, that's not good. If the thing runs for a couple of minutes and it's that hot, and you're only running like 1 or 2 sheets at a time through, what's the deal? We turn it over. Nicholas is picking out some of the papers. There's little papers. There was nothing clogging it up or anything. And we look, and guess what it says? Made in China. And I went, well, that's about the size of it. I bought a piece of shit from China, and guess what? Cost my wife 1,690 baht for this thing, which is what, $55 or so, $54. Yeah, it's not hugely expensive, but still, it's 50 bones, 50 bones, and the piece of shit stopped working. We let it cool down again, 10, 15 minutes. We watched a little show together, we did we did a few things. And he starts grinding the paper again. Guess what? In about 3 minutes, overheat. We just went, you know what? Screw this. Went outside, burned the papers, right? Now, this is about what I think of China. That's a perfect example. You can't trust it. You trust it for a minute, and then guess what? You get burned. So we shouldn't trust anything, that's coming out of China. And you see Trump in I think it was his last press conference. He's sitting there talking about China and how he's very disappointed. But you can see in his face that I think it's a major disappointment to him. He's really pissed off because he thinks, hey, I talked to this guy. I think we got a deal, man to man. We look at each other. Hey, let's do this. Let's make our country some money. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get it done. Hey, world first, baby. I did it. And now China basically shit all over him. So if you look at him, you'll see that in his face. Take a good look, because you will see it. CCP doesn't care about their own people, so why would they care about other countries? Exactly. They don't care about their own people. And this is the thing that this guy, Danny Haifong, this is the thing that he failed to mention. Let me see if I can find this video for you guys real quick. But this is exactly what I was talking about. He's talking about, China's misunderstood, oh Lord, please don't let me be understood, and all these kind of things, and how, everybody's out to get China and all this other bullshit. And guess what? He failed to mention, of course he failed to mention Tibet. Of course he failed to mention the Uyghurs. Of course he forgot to mention Hong Kong, Taiwan, blah, 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 blah. He forgot about all these things. Here it is right here. And this is the thing. And then I look, and CNN, what was it that they did? They did something. They put some pro-China article, and I'm like, wait a minute, and you really believe this bullshit, and you're actually putting this on your website as a truth? All I see is bad things about Trump, and then guess what? They're siding with China. Let me see if I can find this. If I can remember what it was exactly, that would help. But if I see the global economy. This isn't what I was seeing. The global economy is reeling. A renewed U.S.-China trade war could be a knockout blow. Always so freaking negative, man. Listen. they don't have to be as bad as they are, even about this situation. I'm so tired of this mainstream media shit. And the problem is, just about everywhere you go, you're going to see it, you're going to hear it. If you don't, one of your friends is going to, because you're not going to, it's like, what are you going to do? I'm going to say, okay, listen, from now on, I don't want any friends who look at their cell phone and who look at the news. We can't do that anymore. Only people who are anti-news, anti-phone, and that sort of thing. Those are the only friends I want. Oh, you know what? I got to do something here real quick. Turn on the air. Hang on. All right. Everybody is so scared of you know, standing up to the Chinese, but you can't be. I think you have to be smart about how you back out, like I said yesterday, but you can't be fearful. You just have to go on. And, my wife said something to me when we first started getting into this whole thing. Hey, what are we going to do if, things get really bad and she doesn't have a job and we really need the money. I mean, like every cent just to stay alive and eat. She's like, we'll go down to the south and we'll live off our farm, and offer stuff that we can grow, and we'll do what we have to do. There's a pond right next to her house. We'll fish. I mean, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's great, but that's not exactly the life I envision for myself. Thanks a lot, CCP, you cocksuckers. Excuse my French. Exactly. You cannot call CNN News CNN the news anymore. And that's disappointing because many years ago, I thought, oh, okay, well, CNN, news all the time. You can get the news whenever you want it. Well, guess what? I don't want the fucking news now. I don't want it anymore. I've had enough of the news. Tell me something good, baby. I talked to the soy dog cowboy, and he tells me, yeah, it's depressing to look at the news. It's really depressing. You look at it, and it's just like you talk about it. We're talking about it now. I mean, all these things happen, and it's nonsense. Well, I sure hope that the EU holds up against China. The CCP is as trustworthy as the Democratic Republic of North Korea. Yeah, I agree. They're not very trustworthy. European countries have been restricting Chinese ownership in important companies long before Trump said anything about China. Yeah, I gotta say something. I always bring up my mother and my parents and stuff, but I talk to my mother probably once or twice a week. Last week when I was talking to her, she was going, "Do you know who owns part of the Florida Turnpike?" I'm like, "No, the Chinese." I'm like, "What?" "Yeah, the Chinese." I'm like, okay. So, there is going to come a point when the United States and many other countries are going to go, hey, listen, tough shit, you don't own it anymore. We'll let the chips fall where they may. And that would be devastating to China. It would be devastating to the economy. But I think in time, I think we'd be okay. Because frankly, I don't need some piece of shit paper shredder that after you run it for 5 minutes, the thing is too hot to run anymore. I mean, it's not supposed to do that. The thing is supposed to be heavy duty. It's got guarantees and all this other kind of shit. Well, guess what? We haven't used it that much. And we've had it for a year or so, 2 years. So there's not going to be a warranty on it. So guess what? You're screwed. You just shit out of luck. All right, let me see something else here. Yeah, I'm pissed off. The more I think about it, the more pissed off I am. And what I'm pissed off about is China has taken away my freedom. It's taken away my family's freedom. It's taken away, that's on a selfish note. It's taken away the lives of many people. What about all those poor Indians who are sitting at home, and if they walk outside to go and get some food and there happens to be a police officer with a stick, they get the shit beat out of them? Oh, yeah, thanks a lot, CCP. I'm sure the Indians love the Chinese now. You know, I mean, and you can say that they can't be blamed for it. Oh, don't blame the Chinese. Rubbish. Rubbish. Take a look at what's going on in Hong Kong now. They are using this time to further tighten the noose around the citizens of Hong Kong. They're making life much more difficult, much more unpleasant. They're either going to, we as in those against China, the countries against China, which I would say there are a large number of countries against what China is doing. Eventually, we are going to have to stand up to them, and we may engage in some sort of economic war, physical war, whatever it is. And so that means probably for the rest of my life that the world is never going to be close to what it was before. As long as China is doing the things that it's doing. And I mean, like, listen, it's like, can you imagine the United States saying, oh, no Bugs Bunny allowed? Sorry. Bugs Bunny looks like Hillary Clinton. We can't do anything. You can't do anything with Bugs Bunny now on TV. Eliminate him. Wipe him off the internet. Can you imagine that in the United States? But yet, Winnie the Pooh, because people mock the president of China. Think about that. This is the ultimate control. And now our country is more like China than ever before. And I got pissed off a couple of weeks ago when somebody said, oh, the United States is just like China. No, they're not, because the ideals and the motivations behind and what drives the country is different. At least I would like to think so. But as far as the surveillance goes and the underhanded tactics, I think that we're edging closer and closer to the way they are. And I don't think that that's a good thing, obviously. So I'm pissed off. And then it's like, okay, what? I've got to take a... oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to have to get a vaccine if I want to go in or out of a country. And, what I said to one of my buddies yesterday was, it's going to come down to, do you really want to go anywhere outside of your country? Or, in my case, do I want to stay in Thailand? Because if I want to get in the United States, I'm going to have to get a vaccine. Now, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm not one of these anti-vaxxers or anything like that. I've had vaccines before. I'm not scared of what's going to happen. At least, at this point, I'm not. But also, I'm not really scared because if something's going to happen, I'm older. If it's going to happen long term, I don't have all that much longer. What do I got? Maybe 20 years, 25 if I'm lucky. Maybe I got 2 days. I don't know. So, I'm not against it. But to force somebody to do that, I kind of wonder what it's going to take and what sacrifices people are going to have to make. They're not going to have free movement anymore. The U.S. needs to get rid of these drones from China. Well, I got to say, I was looking the other day. I have the DJI Osmo Mobile 2. And I had been looking at the Mobile 3 in Hong Kong. The reason I was looking at that is because you don't have to You can charge the phone as you're streaming. You basically get the power bank. You tape it to the handle uh, of the Osmo Mobile, and you can continue to charge the phone. So then I thought about it, and I thought, well, you know what? Do I really need to charge the phone? Because my phone will last for about, even with the older battery that I haven't charged, that I haven't changed yet, and I am going to change it in the next couple of days. But next time I go to the grocery, I'll change the battery, uh, because the battery needs to be changed. But usually I don't need to stream for 5 hours. The only time I really have needed to do that was when I was in Hong Kong. So I'm like, well, if I need to go to Hong Kong again, I'll get one. But until then, what am I going to need it for? I don't want to stream for more than 2 hours. It's a long time to stream. And if I did, well, then I'll sit down and I'll plug it in and I'll put it on a regular tripod so that you can put the plug into the phone. And then I don't have to buy the new one. And the other thing is that, wow, buy a DJI Osmo Mobile 3. It's made in China. Okay, I got the 2. I wasn't thinking about, well, it's made in China. I don't particularly like it. I never did. I do like the actual, I do like DJI Osmos Mobile hardware. I do like that. But the drones, now I have a drone. It used to be Chucky's drone. Chucky, Bum Gun Chucky. If you don't know who he is, just think of the name. That should tell you everything. Bum Gun Chucky. He'll be forever known as Bum Gun Chucky. But now I have the drone, and I'm like, I almost don't even want to fly the damn thing. I didn't really care all that much about flying it in the first place. But now I'm like, do I really want to fly this thing? It's Chinese. And I'm like, I feel like I'm doing a disservice by flying it. I know it's a bit much. But for the United States government and for the local government, regional government to be using these things, what, we can't make our own? Somehow I think we can. Because generally it's China that steals our intellectual property. So you got to do whatever you got to do to secure all that intellectual property and do it yourself. That's the other thing. People are going to have to get back to the old days and the old ways. You want something done, you do it yourself. You want to fix the radio? Take it apart, start figuring it out, and see if you can, the internet's there, it's at your disposal. Doesn't cost anything for the most part. You just pay for your internet service. And then you learn how to fix whatever you got to fix. And if you can't fix it, and only then you go somewhere, and hopefully you're not going somewhere that relies on Chinese-made products. That's one way to do your part, at least on a smaller scale. And you just think about it. Hundreds of millions, billions of people make that small change. It will hurt. Eventually, it's going to hurt the Chinese. I do believe that. U.S. has started arresting professors at U.S. universities being paid under the table by China. I mean, that is just... I want to stop short of saying treasonous. But that's pretty much what it... I would think that you could make it that. You could say this is a treasonous act. There is no money in angry... No, but sometimes it does feel to let it out. There needs to be a global biomatter treaty that heavily monitors biolabs globally. There should be. Well, that was supposed to be. At least the WHO was supposed to have something to do with that. And that's another thing. The WHO's completely full of shit. China's full of shit. The WHO's full of shit. And of course, you can't say anything really publicly like, hey, you're full of shit. You got to be diplomatic. Well, I don't have to be diplomatic. I don't have to be. I think they're full of shit. And when I was in, they talked about when I was in Hong Kong. One of the times I was getting ready to leave, and I was sitting in the little lobby of this little hotel slash hostel, whatever you want to call it. And there was a guy in there, and he was a mainlander. And he started telling me about why Hong Kong shouldn't be trying to get their freedom and why they shouldn't be protesting and why they shouldn't. And I said, wait a minute, they're allowed to protest by law. They have certain freedoms guaranteed. In fact, China is not supposed to stick its beak in their affairs uh, until 2030. So why are they doing that? And all he could say was, Hong Kong is part of China. They are not their own people. They are part of China. They are Chinese. And what China fails to forget, or fails to remember, excuse me, fails to forget, China forgets, is that none of these people are saying they don't want to be Chinese. The Taiwanese, the Hong Kongers, they believe that they're Chinese. They understand that. But they're also Taiwanese. And that just infuriates the CCP. And I love it. I love it when anybody stands up and goes, hey, what's the deal? Are Chinese women off limits? Well, that's coming from Longhorn. So guess what? That doesn't surprise me. Now, I don't know. I mean, listen, back in the Vietnam era, the Vietnamese prostitutes used to put razor blades down yonder so that the male who was taking part in what he was doing in his business with her would never be able to continue his bloodline, therefore limiting the number of Americans or whoever. So you might want to think about that. Listen, there's beautiful women everywhere. Some Chinese or ladies are gorgeous, of course. What I don't know how to respond to that. Taiwanese and Hong Kong like this little thing called freedom. Yeah. And the thing is that when you really think about it, the freedoms that we have in the United States, most people take for granted. And China doesn't care about your freedoms. They don't care. They don't care that, hey, freedom of speech. They don't care about that. They don't care, hey, if I want to have a semi-automatic rifle in my house, I can do so. Listen, I don't have time to feel sad. Like the book, like a lot of people say, fuck your feelings. Simple as that. Not to get on you about this, but feelings, there's no place for feelings in this situation. Oh, I feel so bad for them. Do they feel bad for us? Listen, look at it this way. When a lion is staring you in the face and you have a gun and you're like, he's such a pretty lion. Oh, so wonderful, this lion. What a beautiful animal. I'm not going to shoot him. No, you just let him eat you instead. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're the snake, and they're going to bite you. What? Nuclear carrier? If the U.S. gave a nuclear carrier to Taiwan like the Russians gave that nuclear carrier to Venezuela. Yeah, I think we're in a tough spot with it when it comes to the South China Sea and Taiwan. We're in a tough spot. I just read something that said that the United States is not prepared militarily to take on China and fight for Taiwan. Now, what I wonder is, and I kind of believe that we do, but there is some top secret stuff that the U.S. government, U.S. military is working on that will unless we use it, we will never know about it. You know, I'm sure that if we really wanted, we could probably fire up some laser and incinerate a whole city. I believe that. You know, want to visit Taiwan, the real China, before they are invaded. I have been there. Very nice place. Beautiful. I only spent one day there, but I've been there. Um, but I know I've heard a lot of good things about it. And yeah, it's the real China. It's not the obnoxious China. And that's how I think of them. If you've seen mainlanders here in Thailand, wherever, mainland tourists, if you see them in Hong Kong, even in Hong Kong, you look at a couple of people standing there, you can almost, I'm sure the Hong Kongers could tell, without a doubt. But me, I would stand there and I'd go, that person is not a Hong Konger. Just by the way they acted and the way they carried themselves, you would know they're different. And by the way they dressed, you would know they're different. Um, and, you know, I have really nothing but good things to say about Hong Kongers. I love Hong Kong. I think it's a fantastic place. Now, you know, I wouldn't want to live right in the city, in the central part of the... But it's a beautiful place. There are some beautiful places there. I like it. It's their... they got their act together. You know, I don't know what else to say. The U.S. has some ridiculous top stuff and secrets. They do a good job at saying Area 51 is a lie and all that stuff that goes with it and military defense projects. Well, I was privileged to meet 3 Taiwanese in Bangkok. I told him that I was proud of them for resisting China. It doesn't help anything, but it was a touching moment. Taiwan is close to China. No amount of military hardware would make a difference if a war broke out. Yeah, I believe it would be very, very difficult. I think the way that the United States has to deal with China, especially when it comes to Taiwan, is economically and with sanctions. And of course, then that's going to mean, you know, it's tit for tat. China's going to respond, and everybody's screwed. The thing is just because of the way China is your cunty friend, except they're not your friend. That's how I put it. When you go into a bar, China, the CCP, excuse me, not China, but the CCP, the Chinese government. If you walk into a bar and you see a bunch of people, you know, you see the guy, he's like the guy who's, hey, what's going on, guys? What's happening? Hey, how you doing? You know, you got that guy, you got the guy chilling in the corner, you got all these different kinds of people. Well, China is the bully in the room who's the cunt, who people want to smack the shit out of, but most people don't have the might to do so. That's what the CCP is. You know, they're the cunt in the bar. Excuse my French again. You know, my language is a little foul lately. Excuse me. I don't know. Put it another way. Somebody come up with another word for that. The bully in the bar. Yeah, good luck with that, Andy. I wouldn't count on trap. You know, listen. A couple of my buddies told me, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna be going back there. You know, probably in June. I'll be going back." And I'm like, I wouldn't count on it, pal. I wouldn't count on it. Now, on a positive note, for you bar hoppers out there, more restaurants and bars have a chance at opening up in the next couple of weeks here in Thailand before the originally estimated date that was like June 15th. There's a chance that if the numbers here stay in the low digits, in the single digits, that they'll reopen. I don't know if that really means anything, though. My next trip will be Taiwan. Rather die in a nuclear war than being conquered by China. I'd rather not be conquered and not die. But if I was going to die because of and be nuked, I'd rather just do it myself. Go with a little dignity instead of being incinerated. Even if we cut China off from buying most of their products, doing that could possibly start a war eventually. Yeah, well, exactly. That's the concern. So you have to do it almost like the thing is they know that countries are pulling out. So you got to be sneaky about it, but you can't be sneaky because they already know what you're doing. They know exactly what's going on. The world won't lay down if China evades Taiwan. Well, I wouldn't be so sure of that. The world kind of laid down when things happened in Rwanda. Turd in the punch bowl. I don't understand that. I know what a turd in the punch bowl is, but I don't know what this phrase means in the context of our conversation. Uh, our hidden weapon, that means we will never lose our power, is our 10,000 nuclear warheads. China can't match our ability to bring about a new ice age to the world. Oh, that would be wonderful. Let's just all live in well, we won't be alive. China is the Buddy Repperton. I don't know who that is. I heard they would be foolish to ever invade Vietnam. China is the Begbie from Train Spotting. He's not really your friend, but he's always with you. Yeah, I like my terminology better. He's the vagina in the room. The man with the attitude. Well, I'm not going to go on. It's pretty stupid to keep talking like that. I feel better for a split second, but then, reality is reality, and that's what we're faced with. Let me see here if there's been any changes. Okay. The article here on Wanderlust, which I'm going to give you guys the link to that right now. Here we go. Yeah, exactly, Longhorns. China is basically a regional power militarily. They can't really sustain a war across the globe like we can. They don't have the assets yet, but they're working on that. Well, yeah, and this is the thing. Give it time. If we don't stop them now, give them time, and they will try to take over the world. That's their goal. They want everybody to be under their guidance, if you can call it that. Australia is having a meeting with India this week about trade. Yeah, I think India is pretty important. Let me see something here. Oh, here's the which countries are open and which are closed. But hang on one second here. Let me. I got to pull some other info up here. Whoa, what is this? Oh man. I just pulled up YouTube and I see on here Joe Rogan is leaving YouTube after he got $100 million deal with Spotify. Holy moly! Uh, I was saying the other day, I think YouTube. There's going to come a time where they're going to meet their maker because people are getting sick of their bullshit. Let me see. I'm almost done here. If I can figure this out. Why have a Beyond Trinity? Why have a psychological war when a physical war? Sorry, when a financial war is more effective. Well, that's what I was saying. I did say that originally. I mean, the first thing we got to think about is the economic route. Let me see here. I think I'm going to have to say goodbye to somebody here. see here. Doesn't matter. We need China, they need us, but on our terms. Yep, Joe Rogan leaving. I heard Indian national who will run the WHO in June. Let's see if India bows to the will of the CCP. Now, that brings something else up that I wanted to talk about, which I thought was pretty interesting. And again, it's quite telling. There have been calls for an investigation of the World Health Organization. And Beijing said, yes, we agree to be investigated. We agree that they should be investigated, but only if it's investigated by the World Health Organization. And the United States has said we want an independent organization to investigate this. Not just the White House, but we want an independent investigation. And China has said no. Beijing, the government, has said, unless I say otherwise, China means the Chinese government. All right? I don't want to get off track here. So they're basically saying, well, if you want an independent investigation, we don't agree. But if you want the World Health Organization to investigate what happened, it's what happened with the virus, then we are okay with that. Well, what good is that? They're not that stupid. It's like, well, you know what? We've got corrupt cops. How about we let their partners investigate them to tell us if they're guilty or not? What's the point of that? So it just goes on and on and on, and they just keep going on and on and on. But I think the reason they're getting a little bit desperate, and I don't mean that they're desperate financially. I just mean they're getting desperate to keep any semblance of credibility for the country, because there are other Chinese coming out who are risking their lives. I mean, more and more are coming out now. And there was a book that was just released, something diaries, that basically told exactly what was going on and how the police were locking people down, and they were just doing all kinds of things. Yeah, exactly. CCP lies and people die. That's, I mean, I never believed in all these little slogans. I think all these things are kind of cliche, but, it makes it easy to remember. And they do. The CCP lies, and that's all they do publicly. Now, behind closed doors, who knows what they're doing? Experts are also saying investigating Wuhan is moot now since CCP destroyed evidence and the Wuhan Institute is off limits to the outside world. Yeah, okay, so why did they destroy evidence? Oh, we got to destroy the evidence. No, if you were legit, if everything was copacetic and you weren't trying to screw people over, you'd be like, wow, what happened here? We're going to have to investigate. Here's all the information we have. We'll give it to you, and you can do your own investigation. Because obviously they are either very inept, which I don't doubt that at all. I think they're inept, and they're opportunists who took advantage of this situation. And now, I look at it, I take it very personally, because I look at it like they fucked me and my family. And not only that, they fucked everybody else in the world. Yeah, I believe that's the one, Beyond Trinity. India will not likely bow to CCP. India seeks to replace China as the world's factory, plus has disputed border territory. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about India, because I know even less about India than I know about China. And I don't claim to be an expert about China, but I know a little bit, and every day I'm learning more and more. I need to read a couple of good books on China, and I just saw some book that I want to get, and I don't remember the name of it, but I've got it somewhere on some little scrap of paper somewhere. So I'll probably end up getting it. And I don't know that I want to read it, but it's one of those books where you want to read it because it's got great information. But by the time you're done with it, you're going to be pissed. Yeah, you got to take him off the UN Civil Rights Committee. You need to get him off of that. There are ways to attack them, but at first they're going to be like, well, we're not going to allow this. We're not gonna. Okay, well then, you know what? It's just like a kid who's got to stand in the corner, and then they refuse to stand in the corner. Okay, guess what? You're supposed to go to your friend's birthday party this afternoon. We're going to keep you in the corner because you've been a bad boy. And you know what? If you come out again, you're not going to your friend's birthday party this afternoon. I'm going to the birthday party, and they stomp out. Okay, guess what? You're not going. It's the same thing. It's just on a huge scale as opposed to, you know. My friend in China read the diary and she said it's very emotional. Yeah, well, that's why I brought it up, because I did read a little bit about it, and I thought, wow, you know. Let's see here. Okay, so let me read this here. I've been meaning to read this for a while. This article, this Wanderlust article, is correct as of 9 a.m. May 19th. Check back here tomorrow for the latest update. Okay, well, there have been no updates since this time. With disruption and changes, it's hard to keep up. St. Lucia has announced plans to open the tourism sector on June 4th. The Azores have introduced the requirement of proof of a negative COVID-19 test at their borders. I'm wondering if the price of the test has gone down worldwide. That's something else to consider. Let's see here. Europe. Which countries have travel restrictions? All right, I'm just going to go to the countries that are open, because which countries can you still travel to? Austria. Anyone from Austria? Anyone entering Austria from Germany, Hungary, Italy, Liechtenstein, Slovenia, or Switzerland? Or anyone who has, in the last 14 days, been in an area where the Austrian Foreign Ministry has travel warnings in place due to the COVID-19 must present a medical certificate with microbiological test in English, French, German, and Italian, which is no older than 4 days old. Be aware of its ski resorts and accommodation in Tyrol, Salzburg, and Vorarlberg provinces are closed. Okay, Belarus. You must self-isolate for 14 days, regardless of whether you have symptoms. Belavia Airlines, if you're a passenger, you need to wear a mask. Croatia has reopened border crossings for limited people, including foreign nationals who have real estate in the country, who own a boat, have a spouse or children. Okay. Yeah, why is it that Americans are not allowed to come back into the country if they have a spouse, or children, and you have what really gets me is that you had 2 cases yesterday. So that's 18 cases in 9 days. What's today? The 20th? Yeah, in 9 days. 18 cases, no deaths. The people in power in the world have too much to lose if they won't do business with China, similar to the oil companies and Saudi Arabia. Well, I got one thing to say about that. Nobody is expendable. Everybody is expendable. That's what I meant to say. Takes me a while to cycle through my thoughts, but people are expendable, and so are business relationships. You may not like the consequences, but I believe that in time we're going to be able to extricate ourselves from, and by we, I mean numerous countries in the world are going to be able to pull back and say, no more CCP, no more China. There was some pushing and shoving with India and Chinese military at the disputed borders last week. That doesn't surprise me. Let me keep going here. All right, Finland. This can't be this many open. It says you can travel there. Finnish borders are closed to all arriving non-resident foreign nationals with some limited local exemptions. All right, I'm just going to skim through this here. Ireland. New visitors have to self-quarantine. The country is largely on lockdown. Madeira, you need to quarantine for 14 days. Netherlands. Travels from high-risk countries, including the UK, will have to fill in a fit-to-fly health declaration form, which will ask if you have COVID-19 symptoms. Based on your declaration, you may be denied permission to board the plane. So, I guess if you're from Thailand, you should be able to fly to the Netherlands, but then, of course, getting back into the country is difficult. Of course, you can recommend a book, Beyond Trinity. Africa is starting to wise up about China and wants them out. Check out some of the videos on YouTube. Yeah, I know all about that. I've known about China's involvement with the countries in Africa for quite some time. That's what it is. No one is irreplaceable. I don't know why I was thinking of the Expendables, but like I said, I got to cycle through my thoughts. Portugal. Flights from Portugal to the U.S. have reduced considerably. There are strict measures in place. Closure of campsites and motorhome as well. All right, so, I mean, some of these places, when they say they're open, they're not really open. It's, there's always some caveat to the entrance. Which North American place have travel? Okay, I don't want to hear that. Which North American countries have their borders open? Mexico. There are extreme measures in place due to the coronavirus, but at the moment you can still gain access to the country. Be aware this could change with little warning and that some airlines are imposing their own additional restrictions on travelers different from the Mexican government guidelines. On April 20th, the Mexican government confirmed that the land border between the U.S. and Mexico will remain closed to all non-essential traffic for further 30 days. Be aware, so that means that today they should make a decision. I don't know if that's been made yet. Be aware that hotels will no longer receive reservations, and only some hotels will be authorized to offer limited accommodation to foreign nationals for humanitarian reasons. And this is the thing that got me, is that even traveling in Thailand, there's no guarantee you can get around. And they don't want you coming into some of the provinces here. So there's a lot of stuff, happening. I read that Bali is opening up for international visitors in October. Well, October, that could change at any moment. That's what it's kind of like some guy who, when I used to read all the Chowderhead videos, I get these letters from people going, and, it would be like January, and they'd go, next year in November, I'm coming over to Thailand. Do you think it'd be possible, to hang out? And I'd be like, dude, that's like in, almost like in 2 years. And some people, I would never hear from them again. They didn't ever come. So that's what I mean. It's kind of like Bali, Indonesia may be open in October. Well, it may or it may not be. To me, it's like, they're hoping for that. My understanding is this includes Western nations. Again, what happens if the Western nations have second and third waves and it doesn't get better? They're not going to just let people in. There are tens of thousands of cruise ship workers stuck on ships, especially near the Philippines. Yeah, you know what? The cruise industry, I don't know what I think about that, but I think that's a tough racket, and I would not want to be involved in that at this point. Swedish scientists were saying there is no evidence that closing borders make a difference once the virus has spread everywhere. Well, I've been talking about Sweden for a while. Let me see what their numbers are. They don't seem like they're doing all that bad as far as the death rate goes. And, yesterday I was talking about Wisconsin, which has like a 0.008 death rate. Let's see here, Sweden. Sweden, 30,799. Total cases, 3,743 total deaths. So the deaths, 371 per million. 371 per million. So, you know, I don't know if that's that bad. I mean, of course, not to downplay the number of deaths. Any death is important, especially if it's somebody related to you. But, looking at it unemotionally, to everyone, if you have a chance, read China RX, Exposing the Risk of America's Dependence on China for Medicine by Rosemary Gibson. Okay, thank you very much, Beyond Trinity. MedTech, you're under pressure on a live stream. I doubt it's easy. Pressure? What pressure? But the only pressure I'm under is to hit the right button once in a while. Other than that, I don't really feel any pressure about anything. Listen, I never professed to be an expert in any one category. And if I say the wrong thing, I say the wrong thing. If I say the right thing, great. And that's the thing. Listen, the president is just a dude. He's a dude. He's a dude who has done well for himself in one arena or a couple of arenas. He's done well because he had a little help. He's done well because he had some luck. He's done well because of his intelligence, whatever you may think of it, business acumen, whatever you may think of it. He's had a little bit of everything that he's done well at, that he's, by most accounts, he's a success. And, certain people have gifts in certain areas. I don't know that he's all that gifted. I mean, he's the leader. That's the way I look at it. I just look at it like he's the leader. He's what we got. And I dare say, I don't want Sleepy Joe, Sleazy Joe, to be the president in November. So that leaves one person or no people. That means a no vote or it means Trump for me. It's scary how Disney executives that started Disney streaming, whatever it's called, is now leaving to be the CEO of TikTok. Cocksucker. I just saw something. Oh, it was on China. It was on CNN. That was what it was that I was thinking about. They had something about how somebody was going on TikTok and he was going to show this or that and he was going to help people through. And he was from CNN. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're using the fucking Chinese brand? Where is your loyalty? I mean, I'm not somebody who thinks you shouldn't buy anything Chinese. I mean, listen, at this point I am. But I wasn't before. I had nothing against the Chinese or CCP. I didn't give a shit. Now I'm like, listen, this is not only a war of ideologies. This is a financial war. This is a battle. One battle after another, which is why I think if you're going to buy a drone, try to find a drone that is American. You're going to buy a phone, try to find a phone that's American. If you can't, you can't. But use their technology against them, if at all possible. I don't profess to have all the answers, but you got to come up with ideas. You got to brainstorm, and I just think that buying stuff that's straight up made in China is not the way to go. All world supply of heparin, all infectious disease drugs, and 96% of precursor compounds to made drugs. Fuck the cruise industry. What about all the people stuck on cargo ships? Yeah, that too. What about all the people who need to fly and go somewhere and they can't do it? Should China stop shipping generic drugs or precursor compounds to the U.S.? Within 3 months, all generic drugs will run out. Generic drugs make up 86% of the use. Well, if they did, I have a feeling that might be the impetus for some serious action on the part of the United States. 100 people have died in Australia so far. What? Really? That's it? Let me see here. Let's take a look. 100 people? That's it? 278 cases per million. 4 deaths per million. Thailand is like 0.8. Let's see here. What is this? Because he... Wait. Because he evaded taxes, everyone should evade taxes if possible. Beyond Trinity, Trump has contracted generic drugs to be made in the U.S. This is the beginning. Well, I sure hope so. I hope they follow through with that. Kevin Mayer, the executive who led Disney's streaming efforts, is leaving the company to become CEO of TikTok. Traitor. Mayer is leaving Disney after he was widely viewed as being passed over the top job earlier this year. Oh well, maybe you should do a better job then. Maybe you will never get your shot. Maybe you need to accept that. Maybe you will get a shot later on. But you don't need to go to a Chinese company, you frickin' traitor. Is Samsung TV made in China? As far as I know, it's made in Korea, but who knows if the components are coming from China. What's the number in Taiwan? Let me see here. In Taiwan, Hong Kong, it's only 4 deaths. Taiwan, wow, man. Taiwan is 7 deaths, but 440 cases. That's pretty good. Now, you know, a lot's been made about this. I got to say, I wonder if I can do that. I've got a look. I took a look at the app. This tracking app. Now, I have not installed it, and I don't want to install it. I have a hard enough time just using the QR code. But you know what? This brings up the next issue. What are you going to do if people say, if governments say, you cannot come into this establishment, you cannot come in to buy a car, you cannot come in to go shopping at the mall, you cannot go into a gold shop, you cannot come into this restaurant if you don't use a QR code and scan that code, or you don't put on the app that is necessary. Oh, thanks a lot, Tom. Yes, towards stopping the CCP. Well, hopefully if I do anything, I bring a little bit of context into this situation, and also, you know, distribute a little bit of information. Tom, not happening. Too costly to make in the U.S. No facility capacity to manufacture. 98 of all precursor compounds to make German in the Western world sold out without sourcing to China. Well, I hesitate to say something's too costly. It's not going to happen. Blah blah blah. When it comes down to freedom versus cost, I would say most people don't want to learn to speak Chinese. Can robots make it so you don't have to pay people a high wage, expensive benefits, etc.? Hey, here's an idea. How about you just have people that do nothing but make robots that can do different tasks, and everybody just gets, you know, I'm not espousing this, I'm just saying, what if everybody made robots and that was their job, and the robots did all the hardcore work, and people made a set salary? Doesn't that sound a little socialist, or I don't know what the phrase for that would be, but yeah, let's let robots do everything for us. Robots and computers. You know, can you do a what do you call it? Hang on a second. A 3D. Yeah, can you 3D print the components necessary to make the drugs that are necessary for people in the United States? Can we do that? Can we do a 3D? People want freedom, but people don't want to pay more for medication. Well, you know what? When people are in a situation where they don't have a choice, hey, it's like, listen, there are no more precursors from China. You're going to have to pay more for your drugs. Or the government's going to have to figure something. Listen, the government needs to figure out all kinds of shit. The government needs to figure out the medical system. That in itself is extremely important. Let me see here. Let's take a look at this rate. Hey, Richard, how you doing? The United States, man, there's a lot of countries. All right, the death rate, total deaths per million is 283. Okay. Let's see here. I wanted to see one other thing. Where is it? Thailand is 0.8, right? So, supposedly. Sweden is 371. People want freedom. Scan what? The restaurant has a QR code, or patron has a QR code and must share the restaurant. Sorry, confused. Yeah, listen, when you go into the mall now, you get your phone, you go to your camera, and they have a QR code. You hit a button, you hit to take just to open your camera up, and it automatically does it, basically. You don't have to hit anything. You open up your camera app, and then there's a QR code. You put the phone over it, it reads it, it goes to a website, and you can, I believe you can register with the website, which I haven't done. But anytime you go in or out, you have to do that in the mall now, at least temporarily. So, that's something else. Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, baby. That's robot socialism. Exactly. Willing to pay more to stop the CCP. Well, I think most people in the United States would be willing to do that, but I don't know. I don't know, it's people are willing, but do they have the money to do it? I don't know. It depends on how much extra it would cost. People can wave their little Chinese-made American flags, but they shop Walmart. Tom, unfortunately, pharma companies, insurance companies, and governments drive the market, not you or I. Not an easy solution since it took 20 or so years to get where we are. There needs to be a long-term vision to bring back the key industries back into the Western nations. Well, this is what I've been saying, though. I've been saying we need to slowly extricate ourselves out of this. One way or the other. We need to, whether it means mandating law. I don't know how to do it because I don't have all the data. I don't have all the information. I'm not focused just on this one subject. And I would imagine that it's very difficult for anybody to figure this out. But what I did say is we need to come up with some kind of a medical system in the United States that's comprehensive, that's reasonably priced, and that takes care of the people. Because most people, listen. I mean, I understand it, and I've been there. I had a motorcycle accident. It was serious, and it cost $100,000. I drove down Cha'am and it was a sad sight. Zero tourists, even 7-Eleven shut for good. Hotels being demolished, also very sad sight, and direct on the beachfront road. Demand government required to make generic drugs in U.S. even if government subsidized. Yeah. And what I was saying there, Watchy TY, what I was saying earlier is I checked 6 different hotels, and one of them said that they'll be open on June 1st. One of them said they'd be open October 1st, and the rest of them, one of them was closed, and the other three said they had no idea when they were going to reopen. So, I mean, those were trips in Koh Chang to the east, Koh Chang in the south, Koh Tao, and there was out of those places I couldn't find a place to stay right now. Now, I'm sure if I went to a particular area, I'd have to look around. I'd be able to find a place I could go. But then, what's the point? Is it really worth it? For me, it's not worth it now. I mean, I was just looking to see. And fortunately, if the places stay in business, yeah, sure. I don't know. Maybe you can. Yeah, go ahead. Just I don't know how you're going to get it to me, but we'll figure something out. Fortunately, I believe that as long as the hotels are still open after this, after the country reopens and people start traveling around more, I believe that I'll be able to stay at these hotels longer than what it says on the vouchers, which is a good thing, obviously. Every little bit helps, but to be honest, I'm like, for me to leave and go somewhere right now, I mean, I'm going a bit stir crazy, and I'm like, I got to get out of here. That subsides. That goes away. But to go somewhere else right now, even in Thailand, is such a huge pain in the ass. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? You think I want to go to Chiang Mai? I've been there 50 times. I've been there like, I don't know, 15 times in my life. What do I want to go there for? Chiang Rai? Maybe go, trekking up in the mountains. I don't know. Why? So I can get lost? I don't know. Maybe there'd be a guide. Maybe there wouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Where are you going to go? You going to go down to Prachuap? I'm going to go walk across the length of Thailand? I don't know. Or the width of Thailand? That's the thing. There's not a whole lot you can do. Everything is still, as much as smaller businesses have remained open and some larger businesses are now opening up and the malls are starting to open up, I don't think people are ready. The governments certainly aren't ready. They don't want people dropping. What is the answer? That is the question. Let's see here. Wow. It looks like no place in Central and South America is open. Foreign nationals not allowed into Ecuador, El Salvador, Panama, Uruguay, Asia. All right, this is the good one. Foreign nationals who have visited the EU or Iran since March 1st cannot enter Bangladesh. The visa on arrival facility has been suspended for all nationalities. Biman Airline extends its temporary suspension of international and domestic flights until May 16th. So that should be over. They didn't update that. Bahrain cannot enter. Brunei, severely restricted. Cambodia, restrictions on travelers coming from and nationals of France, Germany, Italy, Spain, U.S., Iran. Tourist visas, e-visas, visa on arrival, and visa exemptions are suspended. Okay, so let me just go down to the bottom. Iran, you can technically enter. I don't think that's changed. South Korea, you get tested on arrival at South Korea. Testing may take up to 24 hours, and you may be held in a separate facility during this time. If you test positive, you will be transferred to the appropriate healthcare facility. UAE, British nationals will be able to return to the UAE if they meet the criteria. That's it. Africa. Let's see here. Okay, thank you. Doesn't look good. Plan on canceling October trip to Thailand. Well, this is the thing there, SR. I'm ready to travel right now, COVID or not, if only there was somewhere to go. There's nowhere to go. That's the thing. Where are you going to go? Okay. In Africa, forget about Algeria, Angola, Benin, Botswana, Cameroon, Chad, Comoros, Djibouti, Egypt, Eritrea, Gabon, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Kenya, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Mauritania, Mauritius, Morocco, Mozambique, Niger, Rwanda, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Sudan, Namibia, Nigeria, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, St. Helena, Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda. Ethiopia, the land borders are closed and the airports have strict measures in place. Be aware of it. If you show symptoms of COVID-19, you will likely be transferred to an isolation facility. Zambia, with effect from May 10th, the border crossing at Nakonde with Tanzania is temporarily closed. Otherwise, Zambia's borders remain open but under tight screening. Travelers to Zambia will be tested with a nasal swab for COVID-19 on arrival. Anyone who goes to Zambia will have to go into mandatory quarantine for 14 days at a government-run facility. So there you are. You cannot leave the country until you have completed the 14-day quarantine. All tourist visas to Zambia have been canceled. Okay, so forget about that. I'd go to South Korea if it was cheaper. Antarctica is open. Yeah, that's wonderful. Just the place I want to go. Western companies don't learn. Siemens set up partnership, CRRC, to build new trains and high-speed rail there. First 5 trains were built in Germany. Siemens then trained Chinese team how to make them. Siemens discovered the CRRC formed another company to make trains in China with CCP blessing. Siemens filed a complaint in China and lost. Siemens helped Siemens as a global competitor where it can offer trains cheaper because the CCP supports the company. You see, this is what I mean. Thank you. One more nail in the coffin. If you know somebody, well, I don't know if I want to put it this way. If you know that you're doing business with a country or a company from this country that is basically, their mandate is to screw foreigners, why would you do business with them? Oh, because they promised me money. Okay. But in the long run, you're going to lose. I just don't understand it, you know. I mean, I do, but there is the naive part of me and the still a very small percentage of me that would like to believe that there is some good in these human beings. But in the CCP, I don't believe there is. New Zealand, currently closed to almost all travelers. You can't even send mail from Thailand to New Zealand. Australia, all foreign tourists banned from the country. Fijian government has closed the airport. Kiribati, the island, will now deny entry to any traveler who has been or transited with countries with confirmed local transmission within 14 days. Nauru, the island, is asking everyone to cancel or postpone non-essential trips. Papua New Guinea, nobody may enter Papua New Guinea except for healthcare workers, flight crew, military personnel, or those with a special written exemption from the emergency controller. Tonga, closed. Yeah, no foreigners allowed. So, you know, basically there's... Now, I was wondering, what's the name of that island? Let's see here. Let me see here. I'd like to know if they're still open. They can't have any cases on that island. Let me see. If I can find the island. I forgot the name of it. Pitcairn Island. Let's see here. Who? Pitcairn Island. I don't believe they would have any, but you never know. They don't even list them because they're part of, I believe they're part of, what are they part of? Yeah, they don't even, yeah, they don't even, there's very, very little said about the Pitcairn Island. Pitcairn Islands is the place where Fletcher Christian of, Mutiny and the Bounty fame or infamy, where he went, eventually being killed. It doesn't say anything about them having it, but I don't know how they would get it because there's not very many. There's not very many ships that go there, and I think it only happens once or twice a year when a ship goes there. So I don't know how they would get infected if they had a little bit of lead time. The problem is, will the airlines demand a certificate showing that you took the vaccine? This is the thing. And I said that earlier today. What happens when they say you can't come in if you don't have an app on your phone? You can't come in if you don't scan the QR code. You can't come onto our flight. You can't come into our country if you don't have the vaccine. You're screwed. You're either going to say, I guess I'm not going. But if you have to, you don't have a choice. Probably depends on the country where you're going. If one of the airlines will require it. And flights are double the regular cost because of social distancing. I don't know, but they're double. There are countless companies that do this. They see the lure of Chinese market. Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, let us give your information and then we'll screw you over. Have you seen Pet Goat 2? No. North Sentinel Island. I didn't hear of a spike. I heard that Texas has a very, very low death rate. One of the lowest in the countries. But let me see here. I'm going to check something out. Let's take a look at a price on a ticket from Bangkok to Chiang Mai. Well, this is if Air Asia will load. Piece of shit airline. I make no. They're just a notch below the CCP, in my opinion. The page doesn't even want to load. Aren't all states expected to have some sort of spike with the reopening? You would think so. What the heck? I mean, this is just awful. Awful website. Oh, come on. Twiddling my thumbs. Okay, let's see here. Bangkok to okay. Let's say that we want to go next month. How about on a Thursday? And we will return on Wednesday of next week. How much does that cost? We're going to find out. If their page loads. I mean, this is horrible. Their site sucks. But I know this because they charged me about 6 or 7 times the cost of one flight many years ago, and I had to fight with them to get my money back. I was like, how can the same person fly on the same flight, 6 times? First class, man, I don't pay for first class. I wouldn't pay for first class. I don't have the money to pay for first class, nor would I do so. The only reason that I would ever fly first class is if somebody paid for my ticket for first class, or I used frequent flyer miles. Yeah, their site's not even working. Piece of shit. Doesn't Noke Air go to Chiang Mai? Believe they do. No offense, but Air Asia's not my favorite. Yes, not China, Chiang Mai. Okay, so Chiang Mai, leaving. This is a pretty reasonable flight, but I think it's probably a little bit more expensive. But let's see here. Thai bought one person, and their flight works. Their page works like a champ. All right, so here we go. If you take their economy special Noke light flight, it's 1,500 baht. You get a whopping 7-kilo carry-on baggage, advanced seat selection, but there's no, you don't get any check-in baggage. And the same goes for coming back. So let's see what the tax is. Let's see if we can figure this out here. So, okay. Okay. So, for a trip, now that's pretty expensive. For a trip from Bangkok to Chiang Mai, air, Noke Air, including taxes, all in, not including the credit card fee, which they do assess, 4,099 baht to go to Chiang Mai. That's on Noke Air, and yeah, like Wachi is saying, there are other airlines, and they may be less, but even 3,000 is a little bit high for Chiang Mai. Let's see here. Georgia opened on April 4th, and deaths are still declining. I'm flying lavatory class. That doesn't surprise me. You'll be sitting in the shit. President of AMA said today business opened 2 weeks ago, had 2 employees test positive. Now it is shut again. Instead of seats, everyone can be shut into a private capsule for the flight. They can give you a sleeping pill. Or they can give you a shot. Yeah, that's it. We'll all get shots and go to sleep, and then we won't have to worry about anything. No food. None of that. Let me see here. I really would like to try Air Asia, though. I want to see if I can get it to work. Looks like the site's working a little bit better now. That's about 156 bucks. That sounds cheap. Well, when usually it's about half the price, it's not that cheap. You know. Every other page is not this slow. Their page is just ridiculously slow. Let's see if I can do this here. I want to just do the exact same information. All right. Yeah. I don't know what's the deal, if it's working in the background or what's going on, but yes, I know Skyscanner. You can also use Google. There's all kinds of ways. But I don't really give a shit right now. Originally I wanted to see Air Asia because sometimes the Air Asia flights are cheaper if you buy right off of their website, but their website's not working for me. And it could be something to do with my own browser. I don't know. Anyway, you get the picture. Getting around is even here is not as cheap, is not as easy. You're gonna have you're gonna have to wear that mask. I'm actually thinking about going to buy like a mask that has the Thai flag on it, or making my own mask with the Thai and American flag on it, an American and Bangkok flag on it. Just because I want to be stylish, you know. Yeah, I mean the prices of flights internally in Thailand are usually pretty good. Sometimes taking a um, taking a train is quite nice, but I'm not sure if the trains are running yet. They weren't as of at least I don't know a week or two ago. They weren't, but they are buses to Chiang Mai. I know are taking place, and I think the trains did open up just a couple of days ago. I can't, so much information to keep track of. I can't. My brain is not capable of remembering everything. I've got to look all the time. Anyway, I'm not going to just spend a whole shitload of time looking through all this stuff. They've got all these great prices. It says on here that their flights, starting August 1st, 632 baht for Air Asia. But what if you want to go next month or the month after? And then you click on it and it says no flights. We don't have flights on this date. Unbelievable. This is, it's typical. Why would I make a mask with my Manscaped undies when I could make my own and I don't have to wear some dirty underwear? If it costs $5,000 for a flight of Thailand to the U.S. by September, well, what about it? If you got to go and you got to go, then you got to come up with the money. That's all. Not a problem. It sucks. It's a hit. It's much more of a hit than if it's a grand. Yeah, that's the thing. If you buy directly, you can deal right. You go to the source. That's what the deal is. I can't. I'm gonna open another browser and see. Maybe it's the browser. Some of the Thai websites, you get a message and it'll go, this site only works with Microsoft Explorer. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Surely you jest. All right, now we're back at AirAsia on the. This is the Thai. Let's see here. Yeah, just give me the English, damn it. I don't want it in Thai. I don't want to have to look through all this bullshit. Okay, let's see. I don't want to try India. I don't really want to go to India right now. Come on, baby. What is it, CMX? No, that's... What is that? Hancock? Let's see. Let's see. That's not Chiang Mai. That's a Chinese, what the hell? It's not even showing Chiang Mai now. Unbelievable, man. Oops. CHI. I'm going to try this, I'm on a mission. Oh, let's see, NX. That's what the problem is. Okay. All right. There we go. Is it working? Yes, it's working now. Very good. Of course, it's on Firefox, for what that's worth. Probably buying direct now. No part of the Uncle Trinity we use. Do the flight as a business expense, and you are good. Visit some companies and try to do a little business. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of business with companies right now. I wouldn't want to go to any country with questionable health care right now. Let me see. Yeah, I'm on a mission from God. I'm on a mission from God. Okay. You see, here we go. Let's continue on Air Asia with the tax. You don't get to choose your own seat. Again, it's not working. This is such a piece of crap. Ugh. And this is what happens when you deal with budget airlines. Sometimes you get this kind of shit website. Do you hear about the Nigerians? Yes, I heard. Um, Interview. I don't want to interview people. To be honest, I don't. You know, if I come across somebody in my travels and I want to interview them, that's one thing. But I don't really want to interview people. You know? I mean, once in a while, it's fine. But like on a regular basis, well, today we're going to be dealing with, former rock star, now destitute beggar. I don't want to have to, you know, I just don't want to. That's not the route I want to go or I want to be on. I'll put it a little bit differently. All right, let's see if this thing is working. Doesn't work at all. Site doesn't work at all. It just stuck. Got stuck. So let's see. Let me see something here. I want to know the notes. Taxes. Okay, so it's 3,185 baht, 60 satan. And that doesn't include, again, the credit card fee that they'll assess, because they will assess a credit card fee. Living in an airport may be okay since you have it all by yourself. Yeah, if you remember, when I went to Hong Kong, not many people were flying to Hong Kong, so I went into like the area, before you, the lounge or whatever, and the area before you boarding area, and there were like 2 people, 3 people, the last couple of flights, or at least a couple of the flights. So an interview cardboard prior. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Come on. Listen, at least I'm sitting here now. I can shoot the shit. I was gonna call it, shoot the shit with Malin. I could call the, morning bullshit session or something like that. At least, I get to sit here and just, it's like I have some interaction with people without actually having interaction. And if I want, I can just go, oh, sorry, time to go. Bye. I've had enough of y'all. Y'all irritate me. Bye. Got time to go. It's like a kid. I can do that. It's like you're dealing with somebody else's kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's the good thing about streaming. It's like you're dealing with somebody else's kid. It's like I'm interacting with all of you, but I don't have to, right now with the COVID, I don't have to be right next to anybody. It's great, you know. And I get to shoot the shit, you know. To do an interview, I guess, I could do the Zoom thing, but no, I don't want the Zoom. I could do some other system, but, enough about that. Ooh, I tested the new mall system. They wanted me to scan the QR code, and I said no phone. They said right name. I just put my nickname, and they didn't care, so it's a pointless system. What about Shoot Malin? Thank you, Beyond Trinity. I'm sure you'd love to see that. I go over to Central African Republic or somewhere, and they're like, they hear me sniff. I'm like sniffling, or I sneeze, and they're like, that's it! Firing squad for you. You're going down, buddy. I don't think there's 26 ships per year that go to Pitcairn Island. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't think there's that many. I know there didn't used to be that many. Ten to 15 cruise ships are booked to Pitcairn each season. That's what it says. I would not want to go on a cruise ship to go there. Steve Moore, how about you start your own channel and do all the things you're telling him to do? People tell me what to do, ask me what to do, whatever, and at the end of the day, I just do what I want to do. For better or worse, making money, not making money, it's about it's a little. I admit it's a selfish endeavor. And, I've been thinking about a lot of different things. I've been thinking, oh, I should get a little podcasting setup. And then I'm like, wait a minute, right now, do I really need it? I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to have, a better microphone and, headphones. If I really wanted, I could go and buy some headphones from Apple. It cost me 1,200 baht. It's like, $35 instead of getting a whole podcasting system that costs $400. I got a nice camera. The only thing is I need an action camera. For a little to be a little more mobile because I can't always use my phone. And that's it. I mean, like really, what I can do just about anything, and film it, stream it. It's fantastic. I love it. I don't know how some of these guys have so many subscribers. I really don't. I think some of them are probably very deserving, and some are probably not. And I'm not talking about just Thailand, but I'm talking about YouTube in general. I think there's some real idiots that have a huge number of followers because they want to see them be idiots. And I think that maybe people may not subscribe to my channel as much because I'm a little outspoken. I speak my mind, and and I'm older, and there's a lot of reasons. Who knows? That's the thing. It's like coming up with a secret recipe. And it was funny because I saw some guy just this morning, early this morning when I woke up. I came across this video on Facebook where the guy's talking about how much he made on 1 million views. Now I think he's full of shit. But he said something like in 2 years he made like $600. And I'm like, that's not true. Can't be true. Because usually if you make $2 a thousand, the thing is that $2 a thousand is what, swear less? I don't swear. Do I ever swear? I mean, come on. I don't have to swear. When it comes to the CCP, I really don't have to swear. I don't have to swear about anything. If I went out with a bunch of my wife's Thai friends and like I'd never met them before, I wouldn't swear. I don't have to. You know what I mean? How about Costume Sunday? Costume? What am I gonna wear? I mean, who am I gonna be? I'm gonna be Winnie the Pooh? I don't think that's gonna work. Film Nana Plaza at 3 a.m. Yeah, okay. I tell you what. When Nana Plaza gets going again, why don't you go to Nana Plaza, go into the go-go bars, and start filming and see what happens to you? Okay? And this is the other thing. I've been here for 25 freaking years. If anything, I know what you should and shouldn't do, and I know what I want to do and don't want to do. I'm not involved in the nightlife scene. I don't want to be involved in the nightlife scene. Storm chasing in Bangladesh. I liked Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a nice place. I don't know that I want to be there right now. And like I said before, it's very difficult to get in and out of anywhere. Yeah, I mean Rogan swears, and he has some great interviews on there. Give me Mike Tyson, I guarantee you I'm going to get more views than I got right now. I never did because I never got any cash. Listen, money talks. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to make excuses, and I'm not going to apologize for not doing things if I'm not getting big cash. I mean, like, hey, you think I'm going to wear? What do I want to wear a Hello Kitty shirt for? You know what I'm saying? Where's the couple $1,000 or $1,000 or whatever? When I see that, then maybe I'll go out and buy a Hello Kitty shirt, and I'll go do it just to get the reaction. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't matter. I could do it. I could go jump in the canal. There's a lot of things I could do, but it doesn't mean I want to. But we all got to eat. Anybody see that guy Jeremy and his Thailand channel Do More Life? Now, Dave, I have to ask you, why would you bring up somebody else's channel in my chat? Now, I've spoken with Jeremy, and he's always been very polite with me, very nice. Seems like a nice guy. And, I don't know what his channel is all about. Obviously, with the title, Do More Life, I could get some idea of it. But, what does that matter? Really mean it matters very little. No offense, but looking around for something here. Oops, that was the wrong thing to do. I got to shut this down real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay. I always find that's like, why don't you just go to McDonald's and just go sit in their lobby with like a full meal from Burger King and just shout on Burger King at McDonald's. Yeah, that's good. You offered $2. Yeah, $2 is going to get me. How much is $2 going to get me beyond Trinity? Please tell me that. $2 probably doesn't. It barely pays for a roll of toilet. Well, I don't know. It pays for a couple rolls of toilet paper here, I guess. But since we don't use toilet paper, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Anyway, let's see here. Joe Rogan is going exclusively to Spotify. I already said that. Where were you? You missed it. I did say that 30 or so minutes ago. Did you manage to see that chat on what chat on video? What are you talking about? I don't know what you guys are even talking about. You guys are losing me. See, now's when I wish I could play some Pink Floyd music, but cannot. Let me see if I got any mail. Email. Oh, it's Facebook that you sent it to. Looks like I got something. I don't know what this is here. I got something. I guess it's from you. Let me see here. America, you can sit in Starbucks, buy nothing, and eat a meal from somewhere else. Ever since that, well, you can do that in Thailand too. Nobody cares. Did you hear about that enormous drug bust in Thailand? What, the Yaba? My thing was, why are they um, why are they using selling Yaba and not selling opium? What happened to the opium trade? I know it's been dead for a while, but I thought it was making resurgence. I thought there was a resurgence in the opium trade. You can sing "Wish You Were Here." No, I can't even sing. If you sing it, they can. It's ridiculous, really. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm looking for something in particular. And I can't find it, but whatever. Let me get back to this uh, bubble bath stream. That's where the big money is. The super chats will flow like water. Well, they certainly haven't been flowing like anything today. But yeah, I'm not doing a bubble bath. That's not going to happen. I didn't even have a bathtub here. I'd have to go rent a hotel and go lay in a bathtub in a hotel to do that. Not just Yaba. I thought it was just Yaba. Let me see. I got a message from this guy. Let's see here. Oh, wow. She's active. That's very nice. Let me see here. What happened to the message? Um. Oh, this is what I wanted to send though. Shit, I don't know what happened to it. Is it gone now with the little? Maybe it was before. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. There's going to be drug bust, and now especially. Yeah. So what else? What else did they have in the drug bust? Their Longhorns. I'm going to transfer something over if I can. Do I got my Bluetooth on here? Yes, I do. All right. So we'll do a little airdrop. What the fuck? All right. So let's see. Is it on my? Yes. Okay. All right. Let me airdrop these two things over, and I'm going to show you guys something. Yeah, I'm not even getting anything on my face. Something's with the internet right now. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Too many people trying to use the internet at home. Oh, okay. I got the I got your message. Um, but it's 9 minutes. How would I watch it right now? Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot. I do appreciate it. Um, let me see. Let me show this photo here. These photos here. Let me see if I can find them real quick. Um, and they are of the app and something else that I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know what the app looked like. I don't want to know what the app looks like. I don't really care. Oh, this is still going through. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. Here we go. Now we got it. All right. Let's see if I can find them. Uh, huh. Okay, got them. Now they're here. Let's see. I did get the video. I will download it. I will watch it when the stream's over. Let me see if I can do this real quick. I want to show these these pictures I got. Yeah. Okay. Now this here, if I can fit it all in. Let me see if there's anything else down below there. Okay. This right here is the way that the app looks like. And that says Tai Chana, which is Thai winds. Okay. Under the thing there, it says Tai Chana. And under the fist. Now, I want to show something else. How can I do both of them? I guess I got to create another one. Let me just duplicate it here. Image. I want to put it side by side. There we go. Where are you? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, now. You'll see that there is a resemblance to this. Oh, it's 2 minutes, not 9. It says 9:35 on the one that I got. Let me see. I don't know. Let me see. It says 9:35. 9 minutes and 35 seconds, but let me see if I can download the file link as... All right. Well, no, that's not going to download. You just got to click it. Maybe that's not a... Okay, I got your video here. Let's see. Let me take a look at it. I'm doing 18 things at once. Okay, here it comes. I think I walked down this street here. Man, my internet must be really, really slow because I'm having problems with... Now, I didn't have problems earlier this morning, but now I'm starting to have a lot of problems with things loading. Yeah, it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So I'll take a look at it in a few minutes. But let's see. Did this thing come up here? Let me see. There's a lag. There we go. What are you looking for? Okay. Look at the logo, the blue logo, and look at what's going on in this. Damn it. Does that resemble anything? That fist, does that resemble anything that you... I mean, if you look at that, does it look the same in any way? Look at the fist and read below it. And look at what they've got. And let me bring this up a little bit more. This one up. Yeah, I got to... Here's the transition. Okay. All right. So if you look at that, and then you think about this, and then you think about the article that was written the other day in the Bangkok Post by Xinhua, which is Chinese state media, talking about the app. You know, exactly. Now, I don't know if that has any real meaning. Usually a fist just means power or, whatever, but I don't know. It seems a bit strange to me, and the person who sent it to me was like, yeah, coincidence or not? So that's another thing to think about. Thailand's changing, the world is changing, and we're all screwed. That's about the size of it. Thailand's changing, the world's changing, just like that. Blah. Yeah, I understand. Um, I don't know how to take it. I really don't know how to take it. You know. Maybe I shouldn't think about. Maybe I shouldn't think about and worry about the fact that we're being surveilled in so many new ways now. Um, but it does worry me a little bit. And if I was doing something wrong, I'd really be worried. I'm not doing anything wrong, but that's not the point. Um, the point is, once again, we're living in 1984. We're straight out of the book, and again, what are we going to do? What are people going to do? And everybody here there's a large number of people from America, but there are people from Australia and elsewhere. What are people going to do when the governments crack down and say, you will not be allowed in unless you have proof of a COVID test and a proof of your vaccine? You are not going to be allowed in if you don't have a phone with an app on. Longhorns, you don't use a phone. Oh, you're going out. All right. He doesn't use a phone. What's going to happen when he tries to go in somewhere and says no phone? Now, somebody just said, they said no phone, and they made him sign their name, and they just gave a nickname. Well, I guess if they really wanted to be pricks, they could make you show an ID card so that they could verify your name. I think here in Thailand, they still have the feeling that most people are working together to eliminate this and to stay safe. I think people just are kind of following along because it's what they do. Not following in a bad way. I don't mean that they're following the government and just like drones. I think they know. Listen, what are we going to do? What's the choice? What choices do they have? And that's the bottom line. If the United States says to me, we're not going to allow you back in unless you have test results or unless you have a vaccine, we're not letting you in the country. I'm like, well, I'm an American. No, sorry. That's the way it goes. You need to change your thinking. Focus that you're in your mid to late 50s, towards the end of your life. Death will come soon and you're out of here all good. I already know that beyond Trinity. But, it is a topic of discussion. And I do think about my kids, like, are they going to have to learn how to speak Chinese? What's the deal? How are they going to live? And, it's not only me, but I'm curious to know. It's curiosity, which, killed the cat, but that's all it is. Because at the end of the day, you're like, what am I going to do? There's not a whole lot I can do. I'm not Rambo. I'm not one of these guys who thinks, I'm going to take on the whole country. I'm going to take on the state. I'm going to take everybody on. I'm not going to do that. No. Bottom line is, they want to jab you in the arm with something. Chances are you're going to get the jab. You're not going to have much of a choice. But what about all the people that want to come over here? Are they going to willingly? I don't know, because like the whole anti-vaccine thing, the whole left versus right. I don't know, man. It's like, I think it's just overblown by the media. And, what I've experienced is that usually when you talk to somebody face to face, it's quite a bit different than if you're anonymous. That's how people function. Online, they can be, they can be somebody they're not. When you get face to face, you got to look people in the eye. That's what I said about, dealing with women. Why do you want to do? I can understand the whole, hey, I want to hook up or whatever. Okay, I understand that. But I'm talking about if you really wanted to like meet somebody and get to know them, if they're not in your area, why not just do it in person? And I'm not talking about right now with the COVID. I'm talking about in life in general. Well, the UK made a mandatory vaccine law. Since when? When was this? What vaccine is that? False claim. The UK government has changed the law to make. Let me see this here because I got something else here. This has gone back a long time. Interesting. The UK Vaccination Acts of 1840, 1853, 1867, 1898 were a series of legislative acts passed by the Parliament of the United Kingdom regarding the vaccination policy of the country. Wait a minute, how were they giving people vaccinations in 1840? That must have sucked. Yeah, I don't see anything new. False claim. The UK government has changed the law to make everyone get vaccinated against COVID. So far, it says it's a false claim. This site, Reuters, says it's a false claim. Where will Thailand come down in the disagreements between the United States and China? I think they may try to stay on good graces of each. Might be a hard needle to thread. I agree. Because lately it seems that Thailand has favored China. However, I think they're smart enough to know that if they just totally say, screw you to the United States, that's going to hurt them. And I don't think that they're that stupid. I think that, and you know, one thing, if you know anything about Thais, I'm talking about Thai people, you know that they're not very confrontational most of the time. They want to thread the needle. They do want to do that. When you meet a Thai, they'll be very friendly. They'll smile. You know, most of them. I can't always, you know, yeah, I don't mean everybody, every time, every single time. That's how they are. But I mean, I know of some people who I didn't particularly like them. Thais. They knew I didn't like them. And when they met me, they would always be very, very pleasant and smiling. But they knew I didn't like them, and I knew they didn't like me. So they'll do what they have to do to thread that needle. Auto opt-in organ donation. Yeah, that's not going to happen for me. You can burn my body, and that's fine. Hasn't Thailand been favoring China over U.S. in recent years? Yes. But I still don't think that they're ready to jump on China's side, although, you know, it just might be one thing that sets them off and they decide to. I don't know. China wants the South China Sea, yes. Then Cambodia, then Laos, then the rest of Southeast Asia. World will stand up by complaining but do little. Well, I hope you're wrong, Tom. Yeah, I hope you're wrong. I rented an RV and will go to Yellowstone and points west starting next week. Well, you have internet? I'm going to assume you do. Nobody else has said anything about it, Steve, so I'm not. I don't see any problems on my end here. Got to be you, man. Anyway, I guess that's all I got. All I have. I just thought about that. Hey, you know, that's all I got. All I got? That's all I have for now. This stream has gone on far too long. Far too long. You know, I want to do hour-long streams, hour-and-a-half long streams. Keep it kind of short. An hour would be fantastic. But I can never seem to do that. I don't know why. Maybe because I like to talk too much. But let me see here where we're at. If I forgot anything. I don't believe so. Um, do not forget, please, to subscribe. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Click that little bell button or whatever the little thing is. I don't even see it half the time. I don't even remember it myself, but it's a little notification thing, so you get notified. Oh, China believes, any place that has anybody Chinese in it is theirs. And, I could drone on about this. And that's what I feel like at this point. How much farther are we going to talk about the coronavirus? How much longer are we going to talk about China? Well, we're going to talk about China for a long time. People are going to be talking about China for quite some time because they're pissed off. It's important to them. Same thing with the coronavirus. It's very important. And people, are on CNN believe that Trump is the most important thing. And in the mainstream media, they can't pass up an opportunity to shit all over him. And wow, Trump fires back. I gotta say, Trump fires back at Fox News host. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch that. But tourist destination, issues a 2-year cruise ban. Where is that? Seychelles Islands. Wow. Won't be taking a cruise to the Seychelles. Anyway. I can tell you how good you think. You only got 5 today. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sometimes people love to click thumbs down just because they hate me. And sometimes people click thumbs up. Whatever. I can't control it. It's taken me I'm a little slow. It's taken me a long time to get over the haters and the shit talkers and all that. But I'm still here with the thumbs up, thumbs down, I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still the one guy in Thailand who's been here for a long time. I'm getting to the point where it'll be half my life. So, yeah, thank you for the thumbs down. Appreciate that. I'm still standing, baby. I love that song, by the way. Anybody who knows music knows the song. Good song. China's not going to obey anything. China don't care about no court. They don't care about no stinking court. They really don't. Didn't they get something in the South China Sea? There's some ruling, and they lost, and they just we don't acknowledge it. So they're not going to abide by anything. They don't care what we have to say. They don't care about what a court says. Everybody's against them. Everybody's out to get them. They're never to blame. It's everybody else that's anti-Chinese or anti-Chinese government, whatever. And so nothing should surprise you. I hope they all forget me. They can all forget me. What does it matter? The only thing I care about is, do my kids remember me? If I go first, does my old lady remember me and have good thoughts about me? Did I do well by them? And, that's what else is really important. When you think of it, sitting home, for months will give you time to think. And really, what is the most important thing? That you're alive and healthy, obviously. You got food in your stomach, got a place to stay. You're healthy, wealthy, and semi-wise. And that your family is healthy and learning, progressing, prospering, and they're happy. It's the only thing that matters. My YouTube videos, listen, I've already resigned myself to never having, 50 million subscribers, 1 million subscribers. If it happens, great. If it ever happens, fantastic. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't define me. You know, YouTube doesn't define me. It's just, it's a good bit of fun. I make a bit of money. It helps. And, you know, I think if you think anything other than that, you're setting yourself up for failure, or your expectations are too high. They stole an island in Philippine waters and put an airstrip on it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about. And they didn't care. Carl, what's happening? I know you've probably been listening for a while. I'm guessing Beyond Trinity wants video of your moving on. I'm sure he does. Breaking news, China harassing. Yes, I saw that. China it's not only aircraft, it's also ships. They've been harassing the United States. And I like what the United States said, or what Trump said, is, you know, if the Iranians pester our fleet, pester our ships, just, you know, basically blow them out of the water. And I think with the Chinese as well, it's like, listen, they want to harass us, then don't be surprised if you get shot down. Somebody takes offense. One of these days they get a little too close and something happens. Then what are they going to do? Oh, we're going to declare war because the United States acted aggressively. No. They are the assholes of the world right now. That's a good way to put it. I don't have to use the C word where everybody gets pissed off. The CCP are the assholes of the world. That's a very good way of putting it. Thank you very much. They are the anus of the world. And I'm sorry if that doesn't sit well with some people. Thank you. I'm not really sorry. I'm guessing breaking news channel. You are totally forgotten 2 generations later. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, listen, ask some people in the United States who George Washington is, and most of them don't know. Ask them who Lincoln is. Yeah, I just woke up and decided, hey, I feel like streaming today. Why not? And maybe I won't stream tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. I don't know. You know. I'm just a fly by the seat of the pants kind of guy, I guess. All adults in England will be automatically enrolled as organ donors unless they choose to opt out under a new law due to come to force in May. MPs are set to approve the system deemed consent. Well, that sucks. Let me see here. That does suck. From May 20th, England will move an opt-out system. That means adults in England will be considered to have agreed to be an organ donor when they die unless they have recorded a decision not to donate or are in one of the excluded groups. You see, to me, the government shouldn't take liberties with the private citizens. They're private citizens. They shouldn't take these kind of liberties. Well, we're gonna, you know, it's like we're gonna take your guts out and take your heart out and your liver or whatever else is necessary, and we're gonna use them on others if you don't opt out. What about listen, I shouldn't have to opt out. Listen, don't touch me unless I say you can touch me, bitch. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Why would they do that? I mean, I know maybe they think it's helpful and it's useful for the country, but I just looked at it. I have the law pulled up. I mean, yeah, this is the thing. The chance of somebody invading the United States is pretty damn slim. They're in for a rude awakening if they think they can get away with that. Well, that's what I'm saying. Opting in, and that's why I can't stand. You know, it's not only this law. There are many other instances where they use the opt-out. You must opt out if you don't want to receive these emails. You must opt out if you don't want to do this or do that. I don't want to have to opt out. You know, I almost swore there. But, you know, you see, I don't want this stream to be that kind of a stream, so I'm not going to swear. At least not for the moment. You know, what are you guys talking about? Listen, between Beyond Trinity and Longhorns, I've seen enough craziness. I read it all the time. Oh, I don't trust Canadians. Well, I trust them more than I trust the Chinese government. I can tell you that. Donate the penis. That is an organ. I mean, he's got a point. Organ donor. Anyway, I'm just killing time. I admit it. This is a throwaway stream. That's what it is. It's a throwaway stream. This isn't stream number 59. Now, I got to say, I've been thinking for a long while. I keep saying it, but I haven't done it because I just haven't got around to it. Just uploading everything onto, Spotify and iTunes and all that. The audio version of all these streams. I don't know that people really think it's a good idea or care. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a bunch of people would hear what's going on, and they may decide that, to share it and spread the word. I don't know, but I just haven't got around to it because I'm so busy. That opens the door to corruption with doctors and peoples that want, okay, CCP. I mean, what's the difference? The CCP harvests people's organs. And here you have the UK saying, if you don't want us to harvest your organs, you need to opt out. I think I should call the podcast or this live stream from now on. I should just call it "What's the World Coming to?" It's sad. Never got into podcasts. You see, some people like some people like YouTube, and some people don't. Some people. I mean, I'll be honest. I've got a bunch of podcasts. I got Bill Burr. I got Joe Rogan. I got Jocko. I got them all on my thing. But I'll tell you what. I don't listen to them after a while, and then I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna delete most of them. And once in a great while, I'll listen. But that's it. So But good for Rogan getting 100 million. Not like he needs it. Jesus. UK is waiting for you to be dead. CCP is targeting specific. Yeah, I know there's a difference, but the point is that why do you have to opt out? Another, can I say? No, I'm not going to say it. Another brilliant move by the British government. It doesn't matter the nationality at this point. It's a government. Aussie has medical opt-in, opt-out system on all your medical info can be accessed by my government. Yeah, well, where are you automatically opted, in or out? I mean, that's the important. That's the key point. Anyway. We could go on and on and on. I know everybody's so busy here. They're all like, people are still locked down. They're not going out. It's not like you're going to go hang out at the disco somewhere or at the bar, at the pub. Most places are shut down. Yeah. Well, why don't you ask the people about that? Which means, why don't you let them opt in if they want to? Put a public service announcement. Hey, people, please, we've got a website. Change it to opt-in on this website. Because, if you're old, you're automatically opted out. Nobody wants your organs. Good. They can't have mine. I don't want them to have mine. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to transplant my brain into some young kid? Are you really sure you want that? That's going to be one messed up kid. They really want that? I don't think so. Anyway, what's the excluded groups here? Those under 18. People who lack the mental capacity to understand the new arrangements and take the necessary action. That's me. Visitors to England and those not living here voluntarily. People who have lived in England for less than 12 months before their death. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, whatever. Listen, it's all it doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? All this stuff that we're talking about, nobody cares. You know? Like listen, Beyond Trinity, I wish you were wrong, but it's like when it comes down to it, do people want to pay $5 for their medicine that they get every month, or do they want to pay $50? If paying $50 means they can have it done in the United States, a lot of people are going to go, what? I got to pay $50 instead of $5? Why? Well, because we want to do everything back home here in the United States. We don't want to go with China. Yeah, but it's $5. I'm going with the $5 because I don't care. You know, I mean, you know, it's like, what does it really matter? I hate to sound defeatist, but Jesus Christ, all this shit going on. You got all this stuff going on in the world, and it's like, really, what are we going to do about it? What are the countries going to do about it? You know what the countries are going to do? Most of the time, the governments are going to screw us around. You're not going to get a fair shake in Hong Kong. I'm convinced of that. You're not going to get a fair shake in Taiwan if China decides to step on over and take over. You're not going to get a fair shake, you know. I could easily kill a few hours listening to you live, but I don't have the interest to listen to a recorded version. I think because live I can leave a comment. Oh, well, you can leave a comment on a video too, but I'll tell you what, I start editing stuff and I go, man, you know, I'm a shitty videographer. I always have been. And I'm like, I don't like either that or it's I expect too much from my videos. You know, I mean, like even the video I put up the other day, I was like, oh man, I don't like this. Do I really want to put it up? And I just went, screw it. Put it up and boom. All my meds are paid by taxpayers. I'm all for higher prices. The discussion has to look at it as a national security issue. Well, I do believe it is. An abnormal brain. Yeah, that's the right way to describe it. But, you know, like I said, I don't mean to sound defeatist or negative or any of that kind of thing. I'm just trying to be real. And I look at it like, all right, so what are we going to do? We're going to get into a world war with China? Do we really want to do that? Do we really want to go to that length again at this point when we have the weapons that we have? And do we really want to be... It's like, do I need to be reliant on one person in my life? No, I don't. And I don't ever want to be. You know. Reliant is a strong word. Why should we be reliant on China? What the hell were we thinking? Money, money, money. Well, money's the root of all evil. Think if the U.S. goes to war with China, will China ship generic drugs to the United States? No. That's the real question governments need to ask. No, they won't. They won't. Sorry, they won't. They've already threatened not to. It's a war. Maybe. I hope this CCP virus fiasco will wake governments up and do what's in their securities. I hope so also. And thinking optimistically, I hope we come out better because of all this. But I don't know that we will because, you know what? Look at it. Look at it. You go into listen, in Thailand, you have very few cases. Now, I know in time, maybe things will change. You got very few cases and everything's shut down pretty much. I mean, they're starting to reopen, obviously, but everything's been shut down. Is that the reason why there are so few cases? I don't know. I guess I'm just frustrated with the whole way that the governments are dealing with the people. Um, just the lies, the corruption, it's just a total BS, the gaslighting. Yeah, dependent is an even stronger word than reliant. And I think that's what really, and I look at it like, at the end of the day, most of us, we are absolutely nobody. You can look at it that way, or you can look at, I'm somebody. Okay, yeah, you're somebody. You got a life. You're a human being. I understand all that. I don't mean it in that context. What I mean is, you are nobody when it comes to the world's going to keep going with or without you. It'll go on with or without President Trump. It'll go on with or without Xi Jinping. It will keep going, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. It's just going to keep going, no matter what. Now, eventually, we may end up wiping ourselves out as humans. But no, we can't. That's what I'm saying. What it is we're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You have all these issues going on. They're all ticking. They're all ticking time bombs. The South China Sea, Iran. Obviously the CCP, Hong Kong, Taiwan. All this stuff going on. You got the issues between races in the United States. You got issues between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. You got issues. I mean, it's like we got issues, man. We're screwed up as human beings. We're screwed up. But yet we are supposedly civilized. That means being civil. We're not civil when we fight over toilet paper, or when I just saw the other day, and the government, I forget what state it was, idiots, let out some longtime criminal. As soon as he came out, he went out, tried to rob some people, stabbed like an 80 or 82-year-old woman. Stabbed her. What did he let him out for? Oh, we're scared of his rights. COVID, he might... We thought that we could let him out. It's just... This is where I'm... to be honest, when I talk, online or whatever, it's a way to vent. Once I get done with this, yeah, I see the news and everything, but... What is it, Chris Rock? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'll stay in my little cave here. My man cave. If my old lady deals with people better than I do when we go out and we need to go do something that I really don't want to do, I let her go out. Go on. You go do it. The whole world is a powder keg. And, it's just the harsh reality. It's not like, listen, you can still have fun. You can go out. Hey, man, let's go to the beach. Right now, who really wants to go hang out at the beach? You really want to go hang out with a bunch of other people? I mean, yeah, we're back to normal. No, we're not. We're not back to normal. And it's like, do you trust the guy that's standing next to you if you don't know him? I trust that if I got a mask on, I'm probably not going to get sick. Right. Yeah, an 80-year-old woman. Let me see here. I'll give you the story here. Beyond Trinity, I know you're looking at the other side of it, but or you're joking, but rubbish. Let me see if I can figure it out. Oh, it was in wonderful. It was in Houston. In Houston. Robber who killed 80-year-old at Houston Walgreens store was out on jail on 2 felony PR bonds. What's PR? Personal whatever. Family members said Rosalie was the perfect grandmother who always kept ice cream in the freezer and cookies in the cupboard for when her 6 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren came around. Oh yeah, she looks like a real terror. She was disabled and had to walk with a cane. Witnesses said he stabbed her before rifling through her car. One witness tried to save her by applying pressure to the stab wound. This guy was a career criminal. He had like 60, 60 something? Oh, he looks like a real winner. He'd been arrested nearly 70 times. Court records reveal Lewis was released from custody at a psychiatric hospital last month on a personal bond for charges of felony theft and assault on a peace officer, breaking a jailer's nose. Why was he out? He'd been arrested 67 times, charged 67 times, said Houston police officer Joe Gamaldi. Now we have an 80-year-old woman who's dead. The guy was a complete disaster. Where's the outrage when our cops are putting their lives on the line, arresting the same person time and again who's got a violent history, and then, you just release him? So forgive me for being a little bit pessimistic about her being, calling him a con. And so what? She called him a con. He is a con. Take the red pill, buddy. Over 1 trillion of exports through South China Seas. Anyone who controls the South China Sea has the power and world influence. Yeah. Longhorn country figures, not my country. It's far from here. It doesn't matter where it's from. How can you do that to a 60 or to an 80-year-old woman? Now, obviously, he had a history. It says here, in a statement, a spokesperson for the district justify. In a statement, a spokesperson for the district attorney's office agreed that there's no real reason he should have been out on the street. Absolutely no reason. But pointed blame to the judge on the case. Got to pass the buck. The defendant has a history of mental illness and he should have been kept off the streets. He recently absconded from the personal care facility where the judge ordered he live instead of being held in jail. The judge had not issued a warrant for his arrest even when he had absconded, so police did not even know to look for him, and unfortunately this tragedy occurred before he could be returned to court. Now, how long had he been out? Let's see here. Can I find this little tidbit of information? Oh. All right. A career criminal who had been arrested nearly 70 times has been identified as the man who stabbed a woman shortly before being shot to death, thank you, by a Houston police officer last weekend. Randy Roselle Lewis, 38, allegedly stabbed an 80-year-old woman in the chest at a Southwest Houston Walgreens shortly before he was shot and killed by a responding officer. Sounds like a real winner, huh? That's it. Go leave me the thumbs down, though. Maybe you should give him a thumbs down. Jesus Christ. Beyond Trinity, she kept playing ice cream, not boutique ice cream like Pelosi. That's why he snapped. Don't make me laugh. That should be his defense. He doesn't need a defense. He's dead. Because he was an asshole and he got shot. There's a lot of liberals up here through the local governments. They've released some prisoners here. Mighty Whitey, what's happening? Let me guess, a Mormon? White male privilege? Oh, he was black. Big surprise. Well, I hesitate to say that, at least publicly, but he doesn't look exactly like a winner. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I mean, Texas, they should have hung him. Well, let's face it. The big joke in prison is that everybody's innocent. But, we know, but the fact is about 99% of them they're guilty. Guilty as hell. Houston is my least favorite city of any size in Texas. I think I was in Houston once, and I just remember I want to get the fuck out of here. But that was like 35 years ago. So, what a wonderful world we live in. But then again, I'm Mr. Positive. You know, I mean, anybody who's a realist has to look at this and, you know, like, when you're a kid growing up, when you're a little kid, I guess that's why being a child is so important, because you only have that feeling of, wow, the world is so wonderful and I love this and I love that. It only lasts for so long, and then it disappears and reality sets in and you go, wow, this sucks. People are shitty. There's a lot of people out there that are shitty. There's some very good people out there, you know. But there's a lot that are just shitheads. Texting, let's be thankful. Begin with publicly thanking China for some generic drums. Then hopefully they let us buy in China for all that they did during the virus response. Be sure not to criticize them. Yeah, well, I'm going to criticize the CCP, which is why I don't think it's a good idea I go to anywhere that China has their tentacles. You know, I mean, I'm relatively, I am a small channel with a very limited reach. I don't think they really care. Then again, you never know. They need to light him up. He's already been shot. He's shot and killed, so. You know, that's the good news. I guess we should clap our hands for that. At least the guy's dead and gone. And I was thinking a while back, you know, those who watch on a regular basis may remember that I got into a little scuffle with a guy here at my house. He was right in front of my house, and he was yelling and screaming, and I walked outside, and I was like, hey, I was trying to talk to him, because I knew he was a bit off. He was like, hey, he was screaming and yelling. He had two sticks in his hand. He had a metal bar and a wooden stick. And I was trying to be decent with him, and then he tried to hit me with the sticks, and I cracked him a couple times, and left him laying in the street. And then he said something to Alex another time, and I had to step to him and say, hey, buddy, don't be talking to my kid. Don't look at my kid. Don't think of my kid. Don't even glance in my direction. And he hadn't. He'd seen me a couple of times, and as soon as he saw me, he's a drug addict. I mean, like a heavy duty Yaba user who his brain is screwed up by now. That's kind of where he was at. And I've been wondering, where's this guy at? I haven't seen him, and I was wondering if he died. And the lady across the street told me the other day, no, he didn't die. But there were some family members of his or whatever said that if you want to come here, you better come here now, because if you don't come here now, you're on your own and you're going to be stuck there with nothing, because we can't help you. And so he left. So, hallelujah. And the fact that somebody is crazy, like mentally ill, does not give them a pass, because obviously sometimes they do bad things like they did with this woman, this poor woman. And when I think of an 80-year-old woman, I start thinking of my mother, and I think, start thinking of people's mothers and grandmothers. And I think about, if somebody was to do that, how would I respond? How would I react? It would not be pretty. It would not be positive. I'd take the hit, You did have a large following during Hong Kong, and shortly thereafter, they got bored of you and moved on. Well, thank you very much. I got to say that the numbers have been better. Even before the, whole virus thing hit, the numbers have been better. The number of subscribers have gone up and down, but the number of views and the number of viewers and the amount that YouTube has been paying has gone up. It's not much, but when you figure it out percentage-wise, it's pretty good. But, at this point, like I said, I don't expect to ever explode or anything like that. And I don't think it's a good idea to say, "Hey, I'm making a video, it's going to be viral." That's, I've got to make this viral video. I don't have that mindset. It's the whole, like, it's the same thing goes with, like, interviewing people and doing certain things. Yeah. You know, I know maybe I should do things, but I don't want to. And sometimes I'll do them even though I don't want to. There were times I did not want to go to Hong Kong. There was, I think the third time or the second time, I was like, man, I don't want to go back here. It sucks. You got to deal with these assholes. But I went because I was like, once I get there, I know I don't want to say enjoy it, but I'll have a better feel for it, and I'll feel like I want to be there. And I still kind of feel that way. But, what are you going to do? So, should I stay? Should I go? Where am I going to go? Nowadays, where are you going to go? For now, where are you going to go? Nelson Kelly, YouTube is going hardcore on censorship now. Can't contradict on theories, vaccine. I know all about it. I've been following it very closely, and I don't like it. That's not freedom of speech, but it is their platform. But what they're doing, I think, in the long run is going to bite them in the ass. Before you were getting more negative comments and thumbs down, now it seems like a good, normal stream. Wow, I'm normal. I still get, look, I got 8 thumbs down right now. But 8 out of 44. But generally, the thumbs down have been a little bit lower. And, some of it, maybe if somebody wants to click thumbs down, that's their prerogative. But I think some of them are just haters. When you when you go to your stream and the stream hasn't even started and you got like 7 thumbs down and 1 or 2 thumbs up, then, chances are they're probably haters. Texas is a neat place. My dad retired and moved to Denton and lives in it. I went down and visited last October. Very unique vibe, full of people that like to be left alone. I really liked it. I actually went to Denton. And that was about 25 years ago. I went to Denton. I went out on the town. And, I can't say, I wasn't there that long. So I don't know, much about the place. But I was there for a couple days. So, anyway, where are we at now? Man, this is a long stream, eh? I don't know how I'm going to do this. It's a throwaway. He's leaving. Has he said anything about it? Maybe if you wear a little eyeshadow and blush. Well, next you're going to ask me to get fake tits. I don't really need fake tits. I got some titties. That's the thing. If I had the big cleavage and, threw a wig on, well, you could do a Michael Moore. Listen, I got a buddy who likes Michael Moore. Not the boxer, Moorer. Michael Moore. I got a buddy who likes him and likes his work. And while I can appreciate the fact that he's put together these videos, or these movies rather, I don't like them. Oh yeah, Xi Jinping and me. Oh yeah, that's a great one. Would I ever go to Japan and live stream? Yes, I would. I like Japan. Been there several times, although it's been a while since I've been there. If I stayed in the U.S., I would consider moving to Texas. A lot of people want to move to Texas. No, that would be weird. We don't want to push it. You might think I'm crazy. Well, I think you're crazy if you said, yes, I want to see you with some fake titties. I'm not all that good looking. I don't make a good looking woman, even with big fake titties. It's pretty nasty. To me, it's extremely nasty, you know. Let's see here. Jamie, you're jumping. I think it's you, not your brother. I think it's you. You're jumping rope like I used to. Well, almost like I used to. Like 30 years ago. I wish I could jump rope. It's just too hard on my body, man. There's a lot of things that are hard on my body. I can't play guitar. I can't learn to play frickin' guitar. That bugs me, actually. I'd like to learn how to play guitar, but my hands are too screwed up. Everybody should learn to play an instrument, and I don't mean an organ for the smartasses out there. Yeah, if you vote blue, don't come to Texas. How have you been handling trolls? I haven't really had that many, to be honest. I really haven't had that many. I don't give a shit about them. Whatever. There's always going to be trolls. Listen, Trump gets trolled all the time. You think he gives a shit? So, like, for what I'm doing, for as unimportant as I am, I mean, that's the truth. As unimportant any YouTuber is, most YouTubers are far from important. You take it with a grain of salt. There's always going to be trolls. Michael Moore is a piece of shit hypocrite who talks about carbon footprints while flying all over the world in a private jet. Yeah, I mean, my buddy knows him and he likes him, and I guess he, looks up to him a little bit because of his filmmaking success and all that. I just can't stand the guy. Hit the burpees, baby boys. I'm not even sure if I can do burpees anymore. Alex has been doing yoga, and he's doing all these different things, and he wants me to get involved, and I'm going to have to try. I got to start exercising more. I mean, I've been walking a little bit and everything, but I got to get back on the burpees, the push-ups, and the Hindu push-ups, and all that kind of stuff. The flute. Oh, you're funny. Yeah. I think get a female to play the flute. Men don't need to be playing the flute. Love Texas speed limits. I don't, I've been out of the loop so long, I don't even know what the speed limit is there. Can't remember. No idea. Wow. We've been streaming for over 3 hours. I can't believe that. I told myself I wasn't going to do that. Rogan does it, though. If Rogan can do it, I can do it. If Rogan wants to stream and keep going, he can do it. So why can't I? I hear my dog out there, or Nicholas's dog out there barking. We are working on a few things since the shutdown and the stay-at-home, semi-stay-at-home, whatever you want to call it. And one of which is we've cleaned up outside in the front, and we're going to try to make it into a little place where we can work out and where we can put a table out, where we can have like a meal once in a while. But the problem is the dog, because the dog wants to shit and piss wherever he wants. So that means we have to block him off and not allow him out there, because I don't want him shitting and pissing on everything, because then I got to smell it. It's bad enough as it is. Yoga might be good to stretch and loosen up. Yeah, but I have to be very careful of my hips. I have to be careful of. There's a reason why people getting old have issues. You can take all the medicine and the vitamins, but at the end of the day, if you got bad hips, you got bone problems and things like that, you just got to do things within your means. Elon Musk is moving Tesla to Texas. Well, I heard he is, but I don't know, has that been finalized? I'd like to see you and Jono playing Twister. I'm going to leave that to you. Didn't you do some kind of push-up challenge this time last year? I did it. I don't know how long it's been. I did it, and I think I did 51 push-ups, which, I used to bang 100 of them out when I was young. Young, I mean, I was like 18. I used to knock out 100 in sets, but, that was a long time ago. Then when I was about 25, I would do, maybe you can do this, Jamie, since, you're fairly fit. You do 2 sets of push-ups in the morning when you wake up. Then at say 10 o'clock, you do, or 9 o'clock, you do 2 more sets of push-ups, 2 more sets of 50 push-ups, which is another 100. Then at lunchtime, like say 1 o'clock, you do 2 sets of 50 push-ups. And then at say 4 o'clock, you do 4 or 5 o'clock, you do 2 sets of 50 push-ups, and then before you go to bed, you do 2 sets of 50 push-ups, and then so that works out to 500 push-ups a day. You'll be amazed. You got to be semi-fit to be able to do this, but you'll be amazed at how your chest blows up if that's what you want. I mean, if you want to be big or you want to, but you can do different kinds of push-ups to hit different muscles, different areas of the muscle. But I thought yoga was gentle on the body. Yoga is supposed to be gentle on the body, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. Diamond push-ups. You can do wide push-ups. You can do clap push-ups. You can do, clap push-ups in the front behind your back. I used to do the ones where you'd push up, clap your hands behind your back, clap your hands in front of you, boom, go down. You can do all kinds of them. You can do knuckle push-ups. There's all different ways. Push-ups are great. I'm just lazy. That's what it is. I'm lazy and I'm in pain. Like I'm in pain right now. My hips are in pain. My shoulders, my neck. I'm in a little bit of pain. More than usual. When I start feeling it, then I'm like, this sucks. Better take some aspirin or some Nurofen or whatever. I would play Beyond Trinity. You gotta always be so disgusting. That's just nasty. No offense to Jono, but that's nasty. The whole. I'm not gonna. I know you're trying to elicit a response, and you got one, so we'll just move on. I'll give it a shot. Trying to eliminate shit from my diet. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Working on gut a lot, but we'll give the push-ups a shot. Well, the push-ups will help a little bit with the gut, because you're burning calories and whatnot. But man, I mean, you want to see? I mean, I used to get ripped. I mean, I would do that. I would be planning a trip to go home or something, and I want to look good because I was going to go see somebody or whatever. I'm like, I want to be looking good when I get home, and I just do that, and I mean, within a month, you're like, holy shit, Jono is a sexy man. I'll make sure he knows that. I put a pull-up bar on my bathroom door. It cost me 3 pull-ups to enter and leave. I was up to 20 pull-ups in 6 weeks. Lats grew a ton. Yeah, those are awesome. But I mean, I got all kinds of injuries, and that's not to say there aren't things that can be done. You just have to. Just like living within your means, you have to exercise within your means. And I couldn't do what I did 2 years ago. Not even close at this point. Those last surgeries, I didn't realize it for a while because I thought, I feel great. I'm back normal. They took their toll on me. And now, I'm getting a little bit older. And so, that's what happens. Push-ups are great, but I hurt my shoulder joints immediately once I try. Yeah, I think swimming is definitely very good. I still can't do them anymore. I've never been great at pull-ups. I think the most I ever did was like 8. 50 Oreos. You're like my kid. My kid goes, you want a little bit of this? I'm like, what is it? He goes, an Oreo chocolate shake. I'm like, oh, you little bastard. You're eating Oreo chocolate shake? I'm like, of course I want some. Make me one. I love Oreos. You know what I was thinking about? What if you made my kid drinks protein shakes every morning. Alex does. He wants to beef up a little bit. But what if you put Reese's peanut butter cups into the blender? You put some milk, you put a little bit of like vanilla ice cream or ice. You put an egg so that it whips it up nice. You put some protein, and then you throw a couple Reese's peanut butter cups in there. I wonder how that would taste. Swimming and sauna, actually, sauna is like a cardio workout, apparently. It's not like a workout, but it's good. it's good to get the impurities out of your body. The gym I used to work at, the boxing gym, was fantastic. What we would do is we go and we'd work with the guys or whatever, and then we'd work out on our own. And then we were done, we'd go into the sauna and all sit there and shoot the shit, and we'd sweat our asses off. And man, by the time you're done with that, you felt great. Now, the only thing you didn't have was like a cold water plunge and a swimming pool. You didn't have that. Yeah, well, Jamie, you know what prevented me from boxing when I was young? Besides the fact that I knew that, the chance of me getting the crap beat out of me was probably pretty good, because if you box, whether it's boxing, MMA, Muay Thai, whatever it is, eventually you're going to take a beating. And I thought to myself, okay, that part maybe I can handle when I was young, like 22, 24. But what I used to think is, do I really want to be laying here with this chick or hanging out with her? Or do I want to be at the gym with a bunch of dudes sweating my ass off, getting the crap beat out of me? That's how I kind of thought, very pragmatic. Naked chick, boxing gym. And it would be like, I still would train, and I still did it, but it would be like, hey, can you come over? I want to make dinner. I've got to be to bed early tonight. I'll be like, how about I come over at like 10 o'clock after I'm done with everything? No, I got to get up early. Oh, okay. Well, let me see if I can work. I can move my workout time. Squat, bench press, bent over rows, overhead press, pull up. Yeah, I agree, Dave. I agree with that. When I was young, I used to do this thing where, in high school, I used to do bench press, military press, rows. I don't remember if we did squats with that, but then we do this thing called, I don't know, we call them high pulls. You'd get a bar, and you'd have the bar. It was like shrugs. You'd get it up, and but you wouldn't do shrugs. You would pull the bar all the way up to the top, under your chin. And then there was something else you did. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. But then you would divide that by your weight. And you had to, if you got up to a certain number, depending on the range, would determine how strong you are and how well you're doing. But that was years ago. I'm thinking about buying Alex a barbell and some weights, because he's into weights. He'll practice Muay Thai. He train in Muay Thai sometimes when he gets a chance. Yoga, running. He's doing everything. He's just wants to be healthy is what it is. Yeah, women, distraction of most ambition. Yeah, well, it happens. I'm human. I admit it. And, when you're young, you tend to be a little bit stupid. You may be intellectually intelligent, but when it comes to women, I was an idiot. And most guys are. It takes them a little time to gain the experience and learn, oh, so that's how they are. Forgot to mention your son is looking jacked up. Good for him. How does he like the transformation, or how is he liking the new him? Oh, he loves it. He's Mr. Health Nut. Almost too much. He gives my wife a hard time when she eats something. He'll give me a hard time. He's the one who keeps me off soda. I mean, like, sometimes I feel like just having something sweet. I'm like, God, man, I want a soda with some ice in it. It's really cold. It'll be really good. It'll taste good. Or I want a chocolate shake or something that, Nicholas is making. And he'll be like, no, you can't have that. But he's thin. So he wants to gain a little bit of weight. So one thing that my wife bought him the other day was some protein powder. It was like 3,000 baht, man. They're expensive. But he every day he has, like, for breakfast, he has oatmeal with some fruit, and he has a protein shake. And, when I was little, I was big. My favorite quote by a former professional athlete. Yeah. I mean, I was probably I wasn't as thin as he was. I was a little bigger than him, but he's doing well, you know, and he's doing pull-ups and all that kind of stuff. The key one diet? Nah, I don't know. I can't keep up with all these diets either. I know the keto diet, and I know, you know, like fasting and intermittent fasting and all that stuff. And I do that once in a while, which is about what I need to keep my weight down because sometimes, you know, if I go nuts or whatever for a day, then, you know, go hopping. Welcome to newbie. Well, thank you very much, go hopping. Appreciate it. A new member, which I don't talk about much, but, you know, YouTube does have memberships. That's another way to help me. To help, if I can ever get out and, you know, get out and about, that helps me travel. You just hit the join button. Good for him. That's awesome. It's an addiction. Yeah, it is. And actually, you know, my wife has been exercising a lot too. We just looked at some videos when she was really thin. And, you know, I was like, man, what's happened? You get old and, you know. And so she's been exercising pretty hard. And I think she's starting to get addicted to it. But she'll be like, I can never lose. It's like it takes so much to lose a little bit of weight. And I'm like, yeah, wait for another few years and see how hard it is, honey. Luckily, I hardly ever drink sodas. Yeah, I mean, I once I stop for a day or two, then I'm like, I don't want them. That, and the more that keeps coming, the more I be a greyhound. Never heard of that one by Moses Malone. Anyone here ever try the keto diet? Yes, I've tried it, but I'll tell you what, I mean, I like it, but it's hard for me to keep up with all the shit. You know, for me, the easiest and the best way that I lost weight, and especially when I was younger, when it was very easy to lose weight, and I just made sure that I watched the quantity. Yeah, of course I said it to her. She said it herself, so, you know. But you just watch the quantity of food you eat, and you ask yourself, is this processed shit, or is this healthy? And if you're going to eat fruit, don't eat too much of it, because it's got sugar in it. I can't change the name. I have nothing to do with that. I can't change... YouTube doesn't allow me to make any changes like that. That's just what it says when you go in. I think maybe I can change it. I don't know, but that's changing the whole thing. I got to look at that again. I don't know. Maybe I can do it. I don't know. I have to see. Sorry to go off the page. You watching anything at Netflix at the moment? Yeah, well, you know, I already watched Better Call Saul. I started watching, you know, of course I watched the Trailer Park Boys, which cracked me up. I haven't watched any of the Jordan special. I've been waiting for that, just waiting to binge watch that whole series. And what else have I watched? My father told me at the end of his life, the biggest regret is he carrying around the weight he did all his life. Yeah. I mean, listen, some guy sent me a thing yesterday with a link to a video, which the link, I don't want to put the links through. I don't want links to be going through because too many people try to spam. So I don't allow them to go through. They get caught, and I didn't want to allow his to go through. I went to this video. He goes, oh, you look just like him. And I looked at the guy, and I was like, what the fuck? Are you blind, buddy? The guy was fat as a fucking... He was... I don't know if he was trolling me or what. I don't think he was because he's a guy who comments, you know, regularly. Who knows? But I was like, dude, the guy hasn't got a bit of muscle on him. He's all lard. That ain't me. You know. I went from 20% body fat to 11% in 4 months with 3 days of heavy lifting and 2 days high intensity cardio and keto during the weekdays. Ate garbage on the weekend. It just ended The Last Dance. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch that. I will watch it. I'm not into the heavy weights anymore, and I can't. I can't do it. I mean, I went with Longhorns to the gym a couple of times at FBT. Every time I went, both of us were like, I can't do this exercise because my shoulder hurts. I can't do this because my hand hurts. I can't do this because my leg hurts. You know, Sean Baker carnivore diet, see with a 53-year-old. Listen, I know some people can look a certain way, but you can't compare yourself with other people. That's the problem. because his life is probably different than my life and probably different from your life. So, you know, if I went over the list of injuries that I've had in my life, I think many people would go, "Holy shit." And I can tell you, this is only from Waitangi Hospital. Let me see if I can find something that's okay. I got this thing right here. This is a speaker, right? Now you see how thick it is? The folder for my medical information in the folder is thicker than this. That's from one hospital. From all the stuff that happened to me over the past 25 years, just here. That's not even including the motorcycle accidents and all the other stuff that happened to me when I was in the U.S. I like the gym; it's great, it's fantastic. But I don't need a treadmill. I got a treadmill. I mean, a rowing machine. Listen, after a year, I could probably buy a little rowing machine if I really wanted one. As far as the weights go, we have some weights here now. Just need a barbell. And some more weights. So I may try, but the thing is I can't do any heavy weights. There's no chance. I'm not gonna be doing heavy weights. I mean, maybe I could do bench press, but if I remember correctly, it was when I was doing bench and I was doing free weights. This little spot in my wrist, because I fractured my hand like 5 times and I broke my wrist twice. I can't do it. It's the 4th story. Don't get it twisted, Beyond Trinity. 4th story. Yeah, that pissed me off. Every time I think about that watch, I get pissed off. Frickin' Omega. Gone. At the time, $2,000. I wonder how much it is now. Could probably pay for my kids' tuition with the damn watch at this point. Anyway. Any results on the? Let's see here if we got any new information on Thailand here with the virus. Yeah, there's got to be. Well, nothing yet, so maybe that's a good sign. Yeah, I jumped. No, I didn't jump. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, this is the thing. If you want to be a fighter, if you truly want to be a fighter, most people, they need to start when they're very young, which is why the Thais are so good in Muay Thai. You need to start when you're young, and you need to be dedicated. You don't have to be dedicated 100% of the time or 110% of the time. You need to take some time off so you decompress and all those kind of things. But when you are training, you need to dedicate yourself 110%. Have you been watching No Neck Ed on 90 Day Fiancé? I've watched that 90 Day Fiancé thing, and I watched what is it? Love After Lockup. I already binge watched both of those. Listen, they must have watched my Chowderhead series, because a lot of those people on that show are just idiots. I mean, you got, they're either idiots or they're completely desperate. There's very few that they're pretty stable and well, they thought their relationship out. There's the one little girl from, where's she from? Brazil or somewhere? And she's with this guy. He's not a great looking guy or anything, but he and her seem to have a very good relationship. But the No Neck Ed thing, I mean, come on. If let me just say something. If No Neck Ed had such a big problem with the girl's breath, and she's saying, I have an ulcer. Listen, No Neck Ed, stop sending her little, panties and pillows or whatever the hell else he supposedly said, and get the ulcer fixed so she ain't got stank breath. And then the thing is okay, I understand the guy don't want a kid. I understand that, but he should have been up front with her. Because, I'll tell you what somebody told me a long time ago. The reason that Thai women don't necessarily want a guy with a family is because they want their own family. I don't know what the new season is. Is that the new season? All I know is, I'll tell you one thing that I didn't like. I didn't like the Jeffrey guy. And he's got the Russian girl. The Russian girl came back to the United States. She came to the United States to see him and surprised him. And his new chick, was at his house after he just told her. Now, who knows the timing of it for real? But he just told her, oh, she's out of it. She's completely out of this, out of it. And yeah, well, I had the $3,500 one, Beyond Trinity, but at the time it was about $2,100, $2,200, something like that. Pissed me off, though. Oh, he's not off. I can tell you that. They're going to find some way to deal with the guy. And, as far as she goes, think about it this way. I mean, and I don't mean this to be offensive or to talk down about her. You understand why she wanted to be with somebody. She wants to get out of that environment that she's in. She wants a better life. She wants to do the George Jefferson. Now, if he knew this, and then he was saying that he wanted kids, and he was okay with having kids, and then he just blew her off and basically went, oh, well, listen, I forgot to tell you, but I don't want any kids. That's kind of screwed up. And he wasn't exactly the brightest dude when it came to women. Yeah, I know. I mean, this Jeffrey guy. And then, the thing is, the Russian girl, she's all right, man. I mean, she's a little old school, but there's nothing wrong with that. She's not a bad-looking girl. I wouldn't call her a beauty queen, but she's not unattractive. And he was just basically a prick because she said she didn't want to get married right away. What was his hurry to get married? Marry me so that way I got you, so that when you find out about my prison background, you're not going to divorce me? The mother had it right when he went to see the mother, These shows, they trip me out, man. Now, you know who really trips me out? There's two people. What was the guy's name? David with Lana. David and Lana. Lana, who he hadn't seen or met in 7 years. Yet he knew she was real. She loved him. The show probably said, listen, we got to get a hold of this girl. They got a hold of her. They set up this meeting. Oh, I'm so happy. But you could tell she was kind of like, eh. And the dude is like totally into her. And then, guess what? I don't know how long it took, but it didn't take long. They ain't together anymore. Didn't take long for them to break up. Yeah, Varia's cute. She's a cute girl. She's a nice looking girl. I mean, she's the guy should be happy. Should be happy to have her. Take good care of him. Who knows what his reasoning is. But the one that really got me was the black lady who had some guy named Williams. I mean, totally oblivious to reality. And these are people that do not want to see the truth. That's exactly what it is. I guess Dave moved to the Ukraine, but he isn't with Lana anymore. Yeah, he's got a thing for the Ukrainian women. It's just like guys who come to Thailand. They love the Thai way. They love the look of the Thai women. Some of them, they're like, oh my God, she's got dark skin. I love it. Some go to the Ukraine. Listen, Ukrainian women are hot. I mean, there's a lot of hot Russian chicks out there. It's a matter of, do you like their demeanor, the way they carry themselves, their attitudes, their personalities? Especially if you're an American. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I've been wanting to go there. Good place to go. Supposedly, it's about the same cost as it is in Thailand. And when, everything went down in Crimea, I thought about going there. I don't know if anybody remembers, but I thought about going there. for a few minutes, and I had somebody there who said he would help me out if I was there. And then I started thinking to myself, they start shooting guns, and I got to run. I'm in deep shit because my hip was really bad, and I ended up a couple months later, or 2 months later, or whatever, having hip surgery. But that's a good place to go. Listen, who doesn't have a thing for hot women? They don't have to be Eastern European. They don't have to be Asian. Who doesn't have a thing for hot women? I think, there's a couple different ways to look at it beyond Trinity. Some of the girls are like, I'm hot as shit. What? Well, I mean, look at the girl. What was the girl's name? I don't remember what her name is. She was with the guy who got thrown in jail, Jorge. I don't remember the girl's name, which that says something. She's a bit of a twat. I wouldn't call her the hottest thing by any means, but I could see where guys were like, hey, this chick, she's going to do the job. I can see where guys would look at her and say that. But, if you look at her at certain angles, it's kind of like the Jerry Seinfeld girl where he looked at a girl in the light and she was, from one angle and she was beautiful. And then she turned and she was like, ugh. He was like, ah. This girl, I don't remember what her name is, but the guy's name is Jorge. He got busted for weed. And the girl he was with just treated him like shit. Allegedly, Rosemarie never got paid a penny, but Ed got $1,000 an episode. Why didn't they pay her? Something to do with labor laws. Oh, she might get some money when the show airs on the Philippine TV, but I don't know. Wow, that's kind of screwed up. I forget what the girl's name is. Elena or what? Let me see something. Hang on, I'll find out what it is. Jorge and Anfisa. That's her name. Jorge and Anfisa. Now, that chick was a total twat to him. Now, maybe that was for show. Maybe that was, just immaturity. I don't know. She's one of those ones where you look at her from one angle, she looks good, and you look at her from a different angle, and you're like, that's what she did to me. All right? But I can see where guys would be like, oh, she's smoking hot, man. Gotta be with her. And she came off as a total gold digger. But like she said to the guy, look at me and look at you. Like, she was like, I'm a 10 and you're, a 5. You're fat and out of shape. Well, he was fat at one point. He didn't have muscle. He wasn't, And she seemed, and at least on the show, and you don't know what to believe because, it's a scripted or it's reality TV, so you don't really know what's true. But she seemed like a total gold digger, just like, hey, listen, you said you'd buy me this, you'd buy me that, and what they don't understand is like, it doesn't mean we're going to go on a shopping spree and you're going to spend $500,000. I'm going to get you a house. I'm going to get you a brand new car. I'm going to get you diamonds. I'm going to get you this. And we're going to go out, and in 2 days, you're going to have everything that you want. That's not what it means, and they don't understand that. But who knows whether he could have given her or he gave her some of what she wanted, whatever. She did come off as a bit of a gold digger. Hot women are hot. Yes, definitely. Do you still plan on going to the Congo sometime in the future? Man, I get asked that question all the time. It's all about the money. If I make enough money and I stash enough money, yes, I want to go. Even now, I think I'd have to, if I said to myself, all right, it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. This trip's going to happen. It's 2 months I'm off. I will definitely make sure I'm in a little bit better shape to handle whatever comes my way. But it is something that you can't take lightly. And you need to make sure you got more money than you think you'll need. That's the kind of place it is. If anybody has done any research on the place, they know that. It's not like, I'm going to go to Thailand and the people are cool, so everything will be all right. But you've got to be careful of being scammed. It's not that kind of a place. Mostly plastic. Non-U.S. citizens aren't paid for being on the show. Okay. He made a recording from inside jail about 3 weeks. He has grown up a lot. And Jorge... She has her own YouTube channel. I heard that. Word is she escorted in Russia. I thought it was like she was doing like nude webcamming or something like that. I didn't know what it was. I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, it's like whatever. If they were happy, good for them. But what is this? Oh yeah, I did see this. I don't think it's going to happen. Tyson's return in Thailand. If I were to bet on it, I don't think it would happen. I don't know though. It's for charity. Who's he going to fight? Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on who they say they're going to bring here. If it was, like a gimme, maybe it'll happen. I don't know that. I don't know what's going to happen. To be honest, I don't know. Especially with Evander Holyfield, I don't know if they can generate the money that these guys would want. I am putting a life insurance policy on you if you go to the Congo, cha-ching. Yeah, thank you very much. Just make sure I get a little bit before I go. You know, why not go there? Well, I mean, listen, if I didn't go places, I wouldn't. If I was scared to go places, I would never have traveled in the first place. Why go to Mexico? It's so dangerous. If you listen to some people, you go to Wisconsin, it's dangerous. But, I mean, the Congo, Central African Republic, Burundi, to a lesser extent, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, all those places. I'd like to go to all of them. Hey, my mother said concentrate on going to Africa or something. Okay, well, that means quite a bit more money than just like, hey, I'm going to jet on over to Cambodia or even Indonesia, especially now since everything's shut down. So it may be another year, it may be 2 years, I don't know, but I do plan, it's on the bucket list. Yes, I saw he got released and he's thinner and all that kind of thing. And apparently they broke up and he says it has something to do with it. She didn't like he was getting a lot of attention because he had lost weight. She's got to be the focus of everybody's attention. She's got to be the center of attention. She does not seem like the type who wants to take a back seat. I don't think she's secure enough. I could be wrong, but she seems insecure when it comes to attention. If she was with some guy who, let's say she was with some A-Rod type guy, that kind of guy, maybe she would be like, oh my God, I'm so lucky to be with him, but I don't know. She's Russian, and, maybe she has her ideals of what she wants and what she's going to get and how she needs to be treated, and she can only get that from some guy who is going to be, doesn't want to be the center of attention. I mean, he shows her like, listen, you really want to watch a show, watch Locked Up, what is it, Love After Lockup. Well, binge watch that, and you're going to be like, holy shit. They've never met each other, and they're like crying when they meet each other. When they step out of the jail, the girl's crying and shaking, and oh my God. And of course, like, as soon as they can get to a hotel, they're banging, Violent crimes such as armed robbery, harm, assailants, what? Violent crimes such as armed robbery, armed home invasion, and assault is common, and local police lack resources to respond effectively to serious crime. Assailants may pose as police or security. Okay, you're talking about in the Congo and in some of these places. Yes, I know, and that's why it's expensive. Because if you want to go to a place and stay in somewhere secure, somewhere that is secure, you're not going to be like going, I'm going to pay $50 and I'm going to get myself a nice little room. The chance of that, I'm not saying it's not possible depending on where you are, but most of the time you're going to be paying $150, $200 a night for a place that's safe. It's, and then you're going to have to pay for somebody maybe to take you around until you're the kind of guy who, like, I've been here, I know what's up. I know I don't carry any money. I'm blah, blah, blah. Okay. You know, I understand that. There's a guy who made the movie This is Congo, who he has been there for a long time. He doesn't seem to have many problems when he's there because he knows the ropes. You know what I mean? You're not going to go around wearing a diamond Rolex. That's just stupid, you know. Not that I have one. I know you're a boxing fan. I saw Ken Burns' documentary met Jack Johnson the first time. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen it before. I've seen that, and I've seen a couple others about him. But the Ken Burns one was very, very good. Jack Johnson was an interesting character for sure. You know, he basically told the establishment to fuck off, and he threw white women in their faces. That ended up being what caused a lot of problems for him. Too much hot drama queens out there. The older I get, more attracted to a woman. She's just humble, caring, and can cook great dishes. I agree. You know, listen, I got very little drama in my life. I love it. You know, although, you know, in the beginning, at times I did. I think that, you know, that's the thing is that over the years and, you know, over a couple of years, but over your life, if you're with somebody for a long time, you start to iron that shit out. If you don't, you're like, I'm out of here. Marrying Millions is an interesting show. I've never seen that. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. She's a bodybuilder now. She is, and she does look good. She is a double bagger. What about your vlogging gear? Doesn't that scream rob me? Listen, I heard that having an iPhone screams rob me. Okay? I don't know, but I don't know what I would bring. I might bring my cheaper film cameras, one or two of them. You know, so if I had a camera stolen from me, I just, you know, you can get a good camera, a good throwaway camera for $100, man. You know, it's the lens and everything. But I mean, you know, all in all, compared to say a couple $1,000s, that's different. You know, but it's everything else, which is why having a fixer is important. And a lot of people who go to the Congo, who aren't living there and who, you know, like a first timer, they need somebody to show them around. Now, I got a couple of people who can help, but, you know, it all costs money. It's expensive, you know. It's either that or you go on a tour. Like, you know, you go on a tour to go down the, hang on a second. Let me see something. Man, I got to take a leak. Let's see here. Darn it. Yeah, I mean, you know, all right, let me get back to this here. Where are we at? Watch it, Longhorn. There are two people from Dallas on it. Marrying Millions. Okay, I've never watched that. What I was going to say is, you know, if you go down the Congo River, you take a tour down the Congo, just the tour itself on the boat, and it's not like a high-end boat, believe me. It's a boat that doesn't have many creature comforts. You'll be able to eat, you'll have a place to sleep, it'll be semi-comfortable, but it's not luxurious, and that's I forgot how long the tour is, but this is like $12,000 to $15,000. It might be like 2 weeks or something, like 10 days. And then you got to pay for the ticket to get there. You got to pay for time where you're spending before you go on the trip, maybe a day or two, a couple days before you come back. You know, so it's not inexpensive. It would be easier to go somewhere, and I might do this. I may go somewhere like, you know, Ethiopia, South Africa, Kenya, somewhere like that. And I do know a couple of people in some of these places. You just go and, you know, you go for 10 days or something. That'd be a little more cost effective. And then once you get the feel of it, then you go somewhere like the Congo. Although who knows, you know? I mean, listen, I'm not opposed to going there, telling my wife, listen, I'll be back. I'll be in touch. We're going to take care of everything. Don't worry. And you go over there to one place for, say, 8 days, and you just go, listen, if I want to stay a little longer, I'm going to stay longer. And if you can stream, that's a great thing. As long as you can stream and you can upload video, but who knows how fast the internet is. I know some of the places are not very good at all. Bring Jono along for safety. Things get bad. Whack Jono in the knee and run. Jono can deal with the attackers. What kind of guy you think I am? Maybe I'll look during commercial on Magnum PI and Gunsmoke. I would like to go to the Congo, but not confident to do it without an inside person with contacts. Exactly. It's about these men who live in mud huts and wear suits. It costs thousands of... What are you talking about now? You talking about marrying millions? This is a little bit weird. How long have I been streaming? It's been a while, huh? Hang on one second. You know what? Well, give me 1 second here. Fortunately, I've got my little thing here. All right. Back. Ooh. Congo dandies. Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty old now. Let's see here. You talking about the Congo dandy? Yeah, I saw the Congo dandies. I didn't know what you were talking about. You come back with a plate and you're No, I wasn't taking a crap. I was taking a leak. I have I have zero interest for Netflix. Going to bed. Midnight already. Dog is waiting for me in bed. Gonna snuggle. It's a little too much information. Good night, Longhorns. I hear farty noises. No, you didn't. He's rubbing one out. Hook 'em horns. It's midnight there. Longhorns is turning into a pumpkin. Yeah, well, I haven't done one of these marathon type streams for a while. What time is it? 12 o'clock? I should yell at my kid and tell him to give me a beer. I haven't done that in a while. Did I turn this off? Let me see here. Yeah. You didn't hear the flush because I closed the door. African Queen, excellent movie. Well, that region, Central Africa, is one of the countries in Central Africa, namely Burundi, Central African Republic, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, are the only countries in the world really that have regressed. Everything is, the roads, they're not taken care of as well as they should be. And so they continue to get worse. Places get, buildings get overgrown with by the jungle. These kind of things happen, But that was a great movie. I like that movie. Oh yeah, that would have been a pretty fast crap. Don't you know I don't crap? How dare you? I'm just like Kim Jong Un. I don't do those things. I do not poo. Deadliest. Yeah, I've seen that also. I saw that also. Another good one that I thought was pretty funny. I mean, it was pretty tame by most accounts, but was the Anthony Bourdain where he got on the he went to the Congo, and you can see he's got guys that working for his crew that are trying to negotiate with the Congolese just to try to get a boat to go down the river, and it's a huge pain in the ass for him. He was like, things don't. This is how the Congo is. It might take you a while to get a boat. You look at the crime stats for South Africa compared to apartheid. The numbers are staggering. Yeah, South Africa is not a safe place to go. It's very, very dicey there, especially if you go into the shanty towns. Do we know if he's still alive? Who, me? I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm here. Oh, what did I do? I kept that little part in there. Shouldn't have done that. Anyway. Let's see here. I'll tell you what, Beyond Trinity, let's you and I raise the money somehow, and we'll both go to the Congo. What do you think about that? Doesn't that sound like fun? Place is a real shithole. I gotta say, years ago, I got involved with the Burmese boxing when I first got involved. The North Korean dictator. I think he's supposedly alive. I got involved in Burmese boxing, not training in it, just covering it, photographing it. And I talked to a guy, and he had some fighters. And somebody contacted me from South Africa. They wanted to put a show on in South Africa at a casino. I think it was in Johannesburg. I'm not sure, but I think it was. And the Burmese were all for it. They wanted to go. I was going to get to go. Everything was all set, except they couldn't negotiate the rules because the South Africans wanted to use the South African, I guess their commission, wanted the fighters to wear gloves. And the Burmese didn't want to wear gloves. It defeated the whole purpose because it was no longer their sport that they would be competing in. And so that fell through. I was really bummed out about it because I really did want to go. And, listen, I would have went. It would have been like, all right, you're going to go for a week. We'll take care of you. Everything's going to be, copacetic. Yes, I believe he was. Whatever happened to him? I don't think he died, did he? Nah, he's still alive. He's 65 years old. He's from Boksburg, South Africa. Oh, yeah, that was that. I remember that. Let's see. Jesus Christ, he fought Iran Barkley in 1997, and he lost. He lost to Frank Bruno, lost to Greg Page. I know about that. He beat Michael Dokes. Lost to Ronaldo Snipes. He lost by, of course, that one fight to Mike Weaver. Mike Weaver used to live in the apartment complex that I lived in Diamond Bar, California. And I met him a couple times, talked to him a couple times. He was a nice guy. He had a whole bunch of brothers. I don't believe he got out. I believe he's still there. Let's see here. Oh, well, he was in Cape Town. Let me see here. There's an article. He was arrested and acquitted. Has been acquitted of charge of failing to register. Okay, has been acquitted of a charge of failing to register himself as a dental technician. Coetzee, who retired from boxing in 1993, and has 66. Actually, he fought on afterwards in 1997. It was 1993, sorry, and has 66 wins, 3 losses, and a draw under his belt. Said the verdict was that he was relieved, the case was over, and looking forward to resting at home. It's been 4 years. He said There is insufficient evidence to convict Coetzee of being an unregistered person practicing as a dental technician or dental technologist without a permit. Yeah, so apparently, yeah, he had some problems with that. I don't know what the deal is. That's all it says. Not a whole lot about it, but that's pretty odd. Pretty strange. Dynamite Dokes. Yeah, Michael Dokes. You want to see a great fight? Watch Michael Dokes and Evander Holyfield. Great fight. All right, I think it's about time for me to go. Time to say goodbye. It's been a very long stream. Thank you very much. I was going to, sign off a while back, but if you're still here, please subscribe. Please make sure to click the bell to make sure you get notified of when I'll be streaming or when a video goes up. Click like. Of course, make sure to click like, share, and leave a comment. I appreciate that. If you like what I'm doing here, you want to help out in any way, you can purchase a book, purchase merch. You can just support the channel however you want, but just go to anamericaninbangkok.com/Scott or just check out the description. Let's have some exit music here, and let's get on out of Dodge. It's about that time. All right. Wow. Rockin', man. Thank you, everybody. That's the deal. See you guys.